Hail adventurers, and welcome to the 55th episode of Dirty 20, an evening of laughter, drama and adventure that we call a D&D podcast. This is our first live game. We've never done this before. This is actually live. We're live on the internet right now. That's crazy.
We are live.
Madness. First live game. Tazai, your dungeon master for the evening, and I'm joined by my colourful cast of characters as always. Anything to note before we begin?
No.
No?
Come and follow us on Twitch.
Yes, follow us on Twitch. Even though you
remember to level up.
Yes.
Oh, that is a good question.
I
hope so.
I didn't add
do think
Indomitable to my character sheet actually.
So if you
I have seen
you better do that
some
now.
of your sheets.
We are leveled up now, son.
Indeed. So level 9, guys.
Yep.
It's going to be a lot of fun. So I guess without anything else to say, let's delve into this week's episode of Dirty 20.
Boy, so filthy and
And welcome back. So, previously on Dirty 20, with days spent in Ravenwood, the much anticipated morning of Fiera de Morti arrived. Welcoming the morrow with a sugar-filled feast, Aria excitedly presented you with an assortment of costumes for the festivities. Each was personally designed, intricate and personal. Though some of you were hesitant, you agreed to at least humour Aria by wearing them. Expecting little more than an afternoon of fair games, some of you left your armour behind. The town was rife with excitement. People dressed in strange costumes, porcelain masks, paint and animalistic features gave off the impression of a Venetian mixed Mexican. Whilst unsettling at first, you grew accustomed to the sight. You spent the better part of the morning shopping through a number of stores and playing fair games, a welcomed relief from the weeks of hard travel and intensity the past few days. Along with Aria's revelation of it being her birthday and subsequently purchasing of a pet dog, another event stood out to you. A meeting with a strange fortune teller. Reading your fortune in a tent, skeptics among you, you were told it lingers, lying in wait. In time, he rises again, a wrath of your making. Soon, he bellows. Leaving, it seemed that hours had flown by. Not thinking too much on it, the crowd was moving. Finding a suitable place, you watched the midnight players in their rendition of The Tragedy of King David I, a tale of old kings, but more importantly, brothers whose disloyalty became their own undoing. It ended to the applause of an audience who waited patiently for the speeches. Leandra came on stage and thanked the audience, before welcoming on stage Councilman Adler. Stepping up, he made a point to drive home the importance of hope and strength, his speech touching the people. But something was amiss. With his final words, a wave of disease and death burst forth, killing most of the front crowd immediately. From the dead, spirals of white essence swirled around him. As his form bulged, his flesh split, revealing the bulbous, grotesque, demonic form residing within. Leaping from the stage, he made to devour those around him, as the plague doctors made their move to cut down stragglers. Seeing the chaos and horror, you leapt into the defence of the townsfolk, first trying to protect them. With all fallen, your attention turned to the demon. Despite the poison coursing through your veins, you pressed the attack, unrelenting. With the final throw of Aria's dagger, it collapsed, melting into black tar. A silence lingers through the market and beyond. Even the birds have held their song. You can all feel it, the dark energy released by the death of a powerful demon. It's like static that causes your hairs on your arm to stand on end. The adrenaline beginning to fade, the pain from the injuries you've sustained begin to throb and ache. The only semblance of relief is the waning of the effects from whatever poisonous death washed over you. As your minds clear from battle, you look around. Dozens upon dozens dead, caught completely defenseless. Time seems to have frozen. It lingers. A sharp spike of something icy stings your face. Then again, you feel the trickle of water down your skin. Within moments, from the orange skies above, rain begins to pour. Dark clouds beginning to form, coating the heavens in stormy darkness, only illuminated by the occasional flashes of lightning. Amid the death and this pathetic fallacy, what do you wish to do, Fera Carta?
We need to find where Leandra and Aria's family is.
Aria's already running off to where she saw her mum disappear to see if she's okay.
Roll a perception check.
I'm gonna get my dog off the roof.
Quick thinking. Can I fly up about 50 feet and check that this is the only area that seems to have been affected and make sure that nothing else is going on?
Sure. Roll a perception check.
25 for me.
Okay. You don't see your mother around at all. It is complete. The streets are empty, and as you run up towards where the stage was, looking around, you just see bodies and bodies and bodies. And in this moment, your heart is racing and panicking. Looking across, you don't see the costume that your mother was wearing. Though you're not sure what Tobias was wearing.
Probably something gaudy.
Can I take a look at the body of Councilman Adler, or
He's
away.
He's completely dissipated.
Sludge.
I got 22.
The sludge has absorbed into the ground.
Just look at the sludge to see if I recognise it.
Poke it with a stick.
If it's anything familiar to anything I've...
Roll. I'm gonna say you can't because there is none left. It's gone.
Oh, it's gone. Okay.
He as soon as he died, he began to melt into this black
the
sludge,
rain, I guess,
which just kind of is absorbed. Like it's not like an oil that's left on the ground. It is like it's just like sludge that has fallen apart and then been absorbed back into the ground. But what I will say is that you're very familiar with the site, and you know that in past experiences with demons that they have previously kind of melted in this similar fashion.
How did
I rolled 22 to...
Yes. Okay, so you begin to fly up, and as you do, there is like a fog that is beginning to form not too far above the city. It's not like it doesn't seem particularly necessarily ominous, though it is out of nowhere. And as you kind of get higher, you can't see far into the city, but in the kind of surrounding vicinity, down nearby streets, you can see people kind of almost paused in time. Like they at first you think that maybe something has happened and reality has just frozen, but you can see them move, almost like they're listening or waiting. You hear the faint signs of clashing coming to an end, and heavy footfalls moving through the streets.
Shit.
No.
I just had a thought. Oh yeah.
Can't be.
There's
What?
another one.
Imagine.
It's a 4-4.
So what do you want to do?
Heavy
Um,
footballs.
It's either the guards.
I'm assuming it's
Probably,
a guard.
I would imagine it is.
Are there any alive people? Or are they dead? Or are there like people that are injured who are dying who I can just tend to and make go in a painful way?
There are a few people that are still in the courtyard that near the end of the battle were still there, who are kind of like looking at you guys and the vicinity, the courtyard in general, looking over the bodies, almost shell shocked in the state of disbelief. But there are live people around you. As you look over the ones that are kind of like collapsed and motionless on the ground, as far as you can tell without closer inspection, you believe that they're dead.
Horrible.
Can I at least like the alive people like tend to them and get them away from the dead bodies, just so it's easier to like the cleanup to work, like for people to like get the area.
Sure. Yes, you can kind of. I mean, they're fairly unresponsive. People are just kind of
obviously
staring at the ground, staring at the bodies.
Just gently like motion them.
50 yards stare.
Motion them.
I'd suggest that we start heading towards the Ravenwood Manor, because I imagine Arya at the minute is worried sick about her family. Probably the place that they'd run back to.
Storm kind of goes unresponsive and is just staring at the bodies.
Yes, you can. I just want to make sure the cleanup effort is done properly.
The bodies of the plague doctors did not melt away, by the way.
Nice search.
Just
yeah, I want to take
just
off one of
for
their
reference.
masks.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
want to take off one of their masks.
the little look.
Sure. There are a number of them. I can say that you can go to different ones if you want.
Yeah.
You taking off the mask?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you remove the mask, what you see underneath is a human face, and you kind of get the impression that they're bearing the signs of different diseases. You can see like boils that are infected, the scarring of smallpox, and just kind of the signs of quite serious illnesses. And for a minute, you kind of have to. You've seen some gross things. I mean, but it stinks under here. It's warm, it's stuffy, and it stinks. You have to hold your food a little bit. Yeah.
Is there anything on the
Sorry,
body?
you said. Sure. Roll me an investigation check.
Just a second.
Okay. Going over the body, for the most part, they look like they're just kind of dressed in this leather plague doctor formed outfit. You don't find anything like gold or the like, but what you do find actually is you can see, as you're kind of turning him over to have a look, something kind of stands out to you, and for a split second you're thinking, oh, it's probably just like some other kind of scarring, but you kind of double take and you see what appears to be an unnatural scar on the back of this man's neck, almost like a branding, and it looks like this.
Where is it?
The Discord.
Okay.
Oh. No, it'll be in here. Looks like this.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh,
that's not nice.
oh yeah, I think I recognize that. Not in character, but
I'm
Have I-
sure it means the My Little Pony equivalent in this universe.
Yes, they're friendly. Would I know what that is? By any chance?
Roll me a religion check.
Hopefully, the proficiency bonus will help with this. Now it's gone up.
Okay.
Of course it did.
It doesn't look like a symbol that you've ever seen before. You are pretty confident you've never seen it in any kind of scripture of anything that's been in the coast.
Ooh.
It's not connected to this religion. To the Church of the Eight.
Okay. While it's doing this, can I, with their disease on their bodies, can I just make a guess? I don't know what, with maybe like a medicine check, that see if they were already dying, like they were already going to die no matter what. If you know what I mean.
Sure. Roll me a medicine check.
Attached to your load. Medicine.
Cool.
24.
Looking at the scarring and the state of the diseases, it looks like some of them either have previously suffered with illness, others look like they might be dying. There's not a running theme that they are close to death, but you do kind of get an idea there is a consistent theme of disease between them. Like they have either suffered from something serious or currently are.
Alright. Yeah, just go back to clearing the area of people who are unresponsive.
I want to get out of this
Okay.
area as soon as possible because I don't want to get sick.
Yeah, you can. I'm
will-
gonna wait.
I will help you, Alistair.
Thank you.
I would
As
also like
you-
to help.
As you think that, and are kind of sorting out these bodies, you kind of see movement in the alleys, and after the battle that you've had, you're kind of a little bit on edge, maybe reaching for a blade or preparing to fight, but you can see people of Waterdeep. Sorry, did I say Waterdeep? I'm stuck from yesterday. People of Ravenwood. That's what happens when you play like 4 games of D&D in a row, day after day. People of Ravenwood. I'm never going to live that down now. People of Ravenwood walking kind of out of the alleys leading into the market, kind of looking in at what's been going on. Gaiac, something compels you to look upwards.
I was gonna look up as well. I knew there was something wrong with that storm.
Okay.
You're kind of flying, not like too far away from the ground. You're not right in the sky, but you can feel that there's this sudden pressure change. It's not major. It's pretty subtle.
Is it something that...
Kind of like the pressure when something large is moving at quite a speed through, like in a high altitude.
Okay.
And
Whoa.
you look up for a second, and all you can see are the black kind of billowing clouds, and there's a flash of lightning, and you swear for a second you could see an eagle, a white eagle, the length of a city in the sky, and as it only lasts for a split second, but you see nothing, and as the lightning flashes again, nothing there.
I'm instinctively gonna fly higher, like something that big. Surely I would be able to see it at a distance. I'm gonna fly, like, just fly upwards.
Okay, roll me a strength check. The wind is like there's this
That's
gust
amazing.
of wind in the air, as the storm actually is fairly violent. Higher up you go, but you fight through the wind.
Stronger than it used to be.
There's just water splashing across your face. You're having to squint to keep your eyes open, and you break through the top, and you see kind of the sun setting in the distance over what is like the horizon, and this just all these dark clouds that are kind of bellowing beneath you. You can't see the ground anymore, and then as you look out, there's just like a little twinkle in the distance, and that is it.
Oh.
I'm not gonna try and chase it, but is there if there is like the source of that light, could I guess how far away that would be?
Roll me an intelligence check.
17.
Probably hundreds of miles.
Okay. Yeah, I just
Second.
As you hear one thing, kind of like a whisper, like the wind blowing past you. Find me.
you said it's a white eagle.
Like a giant white eagle,
How white?
the purest white that you could think.
Okay. I kind of just stay there, floating in this like altitude for a moment, just looking around, hoping to see something else. But am I in the storm right now? Or am I
No,
like
you're
on the
above it.
okay.
So you've gone through the storm clouds. Are currently, like above the storm.
Okay. Yeah, I just
And it's peaceful and serene up here.
after everything that's just happened, I take a moment to just appreciate this serene environment. Maybe look up at the stars for a second, and then take a deep breath and just plunge back down.
Immediately, that cold spike of water and I guess kind of ice in the storm hits you immediately, and you kind of go straight back down through the storm, lightning flashing around you. You break out through the bottom of the clouds, heading back down towards Ravenwood. Whilst this is happening, the rest of you, hold on, just wanna make sure this is gonna loop, because otherwise I'll forget. There we go. Yes, so you come back down, and the rest of you, you see Gaiac kind of. I mean, actually, most of you probably aren't really paying attention, but at this point, Gaiac has kind of disappeared through the clouds. You see now these townsfolk kind of beginning to creep back towards the marketplace, and they're coming out from every orifice, from different buildings, from the alleyways, from the main streets. And before too long, as you're kind of doing whatever it is that you're doing, you begin to notice that they've almost created a circle around you, not like really, really close, but like more or less the edges of where the market is, kind of looking in. You can see them whispering to themselves, talking.
I think at this point, Alistair and I are probably still piling up bodies, or not piling them up, but like laying them out.
Oh, I'm not touching the body. I'm just making sure that people aren't like touching the bodies. Like they're standing a few feet away, so when it does happen, and they've not been tampered with, like no one's been looted, or so it's easier to identify the people that have died, if you know what I mean. I just don't want
making sure there's no people alive. Or
You hear someone kind of shout out, "That's Aria Ravenwood!"
where?
Oh, shit.
And then someone else shouts out, "They killed it. They killed the beast. They saved us!" And within a moment, you hear the whispering and murmuring of these people, kind of talking amongst themselves, gossiping, and it becomes like a chorus of just different voices that just kind of continues and continues. This is kind of the first time you've had, other than when you had when you were engaged in a competition at Knight's Fair. This is the first time you've had this kind of attention, where all eyes are on you.
Covering my face as best as I can.
Okay. They've probably seen it by this point, but you could definitely try. Suddenly, there is a piercing cry as you hear someone scream, "Aria!" And you can see Leandra, kind of her mask off, kind of pushes her way through some of the people and just runs up to you and just throws her arms around you, almost knocking you to the ground. You can see that makeup is just smeared down her face, and she just sobs and sobs.
Aria's kind of been in a bit of a trance the whole time this has been going on. So she kind of starts the hug by not really embracing her. She's kind of a bit limp in her arms, but then realizing that she's alive and safe, embraces her the tightest she's ever hugged her in her life.
She kind of pulls back. "Are you okay?"
I'm fine, Mama. Is Toby okay?
Yes, it's fine. He's helping. I thought you were going to die. I thought we were all going to die.
Mama, who was in charge of security for this event?
Councilman Adler was in charge of the whole event.
In security as well?
Yes.
Where were the guards?
I don't know. And you can hear those heavy footfalls, Gyke, that you'd heard earlier, are now kind of audible for the rest of you, and you can see the Ravenwood guards kind of marching their way through. "Disperse! All of you, dispersed!" As a legion of like maybe 8 or so soldiers kind of march into the square, who you can see that they've got blood kind of smeared across their armour. Kind of sees kind of the people here, notices you, Aria, and Leandra, and kind of, "Lady Ravenwood, I take it you are safe."
Barely.
"Please, forgive us." He kind of takes a knee, and the other soldiers, like, drop to one knee, heads just bent down. Leandra kind of comes out of the embrace, and she just turns and walks towards them. "Where were you? Why were you not at the market?" The guard kind of just, his head still down. "I'm sorry, my lady. There were orders from Adler." Leandra turns and just kind of walks away, back towards you, Arya. So the guard kind of looks up once again. There were more across the town. We've been taking care of them.
Adler.
Wait,
Kind of indicating to the plague doctors on the ground.
Adler told you not to come to the square.
Aye, my lady.
Funny, I don't
Makes
remember
sense.
Adler being the house of this town. Since when do you take orders from him and not my family?
Forgive me. We were told that we were to take orders from him for this festival. Due to complications.
Well, you didn't think to check in with my mother first.
Leandra kind of turns to you and says, Arya,
People are dead, Mama. This is good enough.
the soldiers kind of are still there on the ground. This group of people kind of watching it intently, and then someone shouts out, "And how do we know this band of freaks didn't bring that creature with them? Maybe they're to blame. Yeah, we should check out they don't have a demon inside them." And in that immediate moment, Leandra turns, eyes like ice cold. "Watch your tongue, peasant. Remember who you're talking to. Touch my daughter, and I'll have you splayed open."
Mama, I can handle this. I kind of...
She's just kind of rigid, staring, tears still kind of trickling from her eyes down her cheeks.
I kind of approached the one who called us a band of freaks.
He kind of takes a step back. "No,
If it weren't,
don't come any closer, demon."
if it were not for this band of freaks, you would be dead. I would be giving us thanks rather than insults.
A voice from further round this crowd speaks. "Quiet, then. You know nothing. I was there." All eyes turn to a young woman in a torn and muddy red feathered dress. Her brown plait is messy and half unravelled. Her soft features are stained in dried blood and tears. Alistair, you actually recognise this girl as having run past you as Adler transformed. "I saw it all. I saw the people drop. The doctors trying to cut us. The monster burst open. My father. These people saved us. They killed that thing, jumped in front of others so they could escape. Don't you see, you idiot? They're not monsters, they're heroes!" The man who kind of spoke out, stood in front of you, Arya, looks down with embarrassment and guilt, and the crowd falls silent once again. There is the sound of a quiet slap startles you all. You hear it again and again. Within moments there is a chorus of applause as the crowd just starts clapping, and there's just a chorus of them. What do you say?
I'm gonna lean over to who's closest to me at this point. I don't know. Whoever's closest to me in the party, and just kind of whisper to them and say, "We need to leave now."
Yes, I agree. Perhaps we should be moving.
Just kind of locking eyes with the one who called us freaks, just staring at them viciously.
He's not giving you eye contact, like fully kind of eyes to the ground. Kind of looks up every so often and kind of meets your gaze for a split second before looking away.
I'm gonna come up behind Arya and almost like touch her shoulder to try and like steer her towards away from the crowd.
Which is kind of, I mean, you can't steer her away. You could steer her through, but
Yeah.
certainly not away. They are like
Yeah,
encircling you.
Can we start moving through the crowd? Like, just let's leave.
You can. They begin to part as you move to them, but the applause don't stop.
Yeah,
I shall
we
take no praise for failure.
As the rest of the party start moving through the crowd, I'm gonna like jump and fly over the crowd towards the Ravenwood estate.
Okay.
Before I go with I'm just gonna go to the head guards. Who's there? And I'm just like, you said there were more of the plague doctors, yes, that you had to fight.
Aye.
How many of your men have been injured?
It's hard to tell at the moment. We're still having people come back, but in the dozens.
I'd like to help all that I can.
He kind of bows. That would be much appreciated.
Before he bows, I just put my hand up. No. I just want to help. Don't want. I'm not higher than you.
He kind of looks at you interestingly for a second. I understand. But you are a citizen, and it is my job to protect the citizenry here, and I have failed to do my job. So for that reason, you are higher than me.
It is my job to do it in the future, and yet I have failed as well. We are both the same.
Then may we both seek retribution for this. Kind of bows. Again, even despite your gesture against. If you would follow me to the barracks, your help would be appreciated.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the rest of you?
I'll
So
probably
we
go
start
back with
moving
Aria.
towards the Ravenwood estate.
Moving with everybody else. Yeah.
Okay. So, as you move through the dispersing crowd, Alistair heading with the guards towards the barracks, you can see, with a few looks back, the crowd dispersing as well. Some, the obvious loved ones of the fallen, begin to make their way to the dead. Within the hour, guards, clergy of the mound, and various volunteers have carted them up and transported them to the Garden of the Rest, and all that remains are the bloodstains decorating the stone. For the rest of you, you make your way back to the Ravenwood estate, and it's a very quiet and drenched journey. Aria, you don't actually remember the last time it rained like this in Ravenwood. So you're guided back to the barracks, which is a kind of like a stone building down here. These numerous kind of like different buildings. One that appears to be like a traditional house, and then a barracks. And you're led back there and into the infirmary, where there are just like stone beds kind of placed out within this large, almost like a eating hall that has been made into an infirmary of sorts, and there are people in various signs of distress and discomfort that you are able to help.
I'll say I'll use all of my spell slots on like healing spells on the most injured, and then just like patching up at least, and just comforting the guys who are obviously beyond repair.
With your with the use of your magic, you're able to even bring back some of the people with some serious what would be lethal injuries, and within a few hours, many expended spell slots. The injured, for the most part, are making a good recovery, though there are a few that were beyond repair.
Yeah.
For the rest of you, you make your way back to the Ravenwood estate. Again, in silence, you are guided back into the building itself. As you step forth into the building, the home, which should have a semblance of safety, feels oddly cold at the moment. What do you wish to do, Fera?
I'm gonna see if Aria's okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna go talk to Gaiak. After they've spoken.
Oh, actually, before I do that, can I just kind of like grab the attention of like people that are here?
Mm-hmm. As
In the party that
what?
are in the house.
Mhm.
Okay.
I feel that the time has come for us to leave Ravenwood. It's no longer safe for us here. We've drawn too much attention to our party, the citizens. We were able to quell the disputes today in the square, but people will talk. It's not wise for us to remain here any longer. Besides, we have things
We
to
are
do.
on a schedule.
I cannot leave. I cannot leave knowing that Ravenwood is this unsafe for my family.
Leandra kind of turns for the first time speaking since the market. What about your armor?
You also have that. How was this allowed to happen?
It's my fault. It's my fault.
Blame not
I was not raised to take charge of a city. I gave too much away to those around that I didn't know well enough. Warren would never have let this happen. It's my fault. All of those deaths are in my hands.
I don't think even Dad, that's weird to say. I don't even think even Father could see a demon disguised amongst the council. How would he know to look for that?
I don't know, but your father's... He's got a keen mind. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just feeling guilt, but I can't help but feel that it is my fault. And the people of Ravenwood are going to think that.
People of Ravenwood.
And they're not wrong. They look to us for guidance and leadership, and on my watch I allowed such a heinous act to take place.
How could you have seen this coming, Mama? How? You're not equipped for this kind of thing. None of the Restless Coast is.
I think I need some time alone. Please, if you do decide to go, please at least say goodbye.
You know I would, Mama.
She kind of gives you a hug, and you can feel kind of her chest rising and falling quite quickly, as if she's having a silent sob. She pulls away, kind of wipes some of the blood away from your cheek. and turns and walks upstairs.
I'm scared to sleep.
Might be safer for everyone if we were to leave.
What now?
Soon. He attracts this sort of attention.
Storm,
Hmm?
can I ask you something?
Yes.
Is there magic, some kind of magic that could have perhaps seen something like this coming? Done something to help prevent it?
Of course. But I blame myself more for not recognizing telltale signs.
No,
I was complacent.
this is
I
not
let
on
it happen again.
No, this is not on you. This is on the Restless Coast. This is on Ravenwood. This is on this culture. Thinking that magic is so dangerous, magic is so weird and out there. Magic could have saved lives today.
The magic you talk about is not a school I am versed in, but
But it exists.
it exists. My master Soule had a friend who was trained in this art. I never really delved into it.
My mother could not have prevented this. They were not equipped for this kind of thing. And they never will be. I don't know about the rest of you, but this is also making me think of something else. I'd already been thinking about it before we went to go and see our blind friend last night. Or technically still tonight, but I think we are preparing for the wrong war.
Yes.
The Restless Coast is constantly going to be at each other's throats. It's how it's been for so many years. But none of it is going to matter if that thing we saw underground does what it says it's going to do and bring an army to the surface. None of it's going to matter. Here we are, trying to band together the Restless Coast to go and help Belanor, and the real threat is not even that. It's something far worse. You know, people...
Whoa, how can you say that?
Because it's true.
If the coast doesn't band together, then we stand absolutely no
That's-
chance of
That's
fighting.
exactly what I'm saying. For starters, all I know about Foyfort is what I'm told, but none of it's going to matter if there's not a Restless Coast to fight over.
It's true. These Foy-14s, from what I hear, fanatics, they're not going to ally themselves with Belanor, Verlum, to fight anything.
But the Restless Coast is stubborn. They believe creatures like the ones we saw today are nothing but myth. How are we supposed to band them together to fight an enemy that they don't even know is real? Because to me, that feels like a much bigger threat than Foyfort. It nearly killed Kensei.
I need to sleep. Watching that play that was performed held it all. Its history here is tenuous.
think we should all get some rest. We have a lot to think about. But I understand, but I cannot leave Ravenwood knowing that it is this defenseless. We need to figure something out. I don't know. But we should talk in the morning.
Okay. So, what do you wish to do?
While that whole conversation was happening, Gaiek is listening, but he's kind of like looking around, and you can tell that he's not completely in the conversation.
I'm gonna leave the house and just walk out into the grounds.
Okay. You leave the house. It's still raining heavily, and best you can tell, it's probably nighttime. It feels like it's already been night because of how thick the cloud cover is, but you hear the owls in the distance in the parks that is the perch, and you kind of feel the embrace of the cold water washing over you as the rain pours down. Is there anything else you wish to do before the night comes to a close? Okay.
Maybe one thing, yeah.
Okay.
Not wanting to sleep, and because of what happened today, I'm just gonna, without saying good night or anything, just go up to my room and just start flicking through my tomes and just start writing up new ways to protect ourselves. And I'm probably gonna decide not to sleep, or either just fall asleep out of exhaustion.
Okay. So, as the day grows close to the end, the sobering situation lingers. The traditions of the day, whilst not abandoned, certainly lack a sense of celebration. Even from the windows of the manor in the distance, you can see the lights that normally you would know as the parade do not show up in the darkness of this evening. Families meet privately, holding on to each other, and those that lost someone this day seem lost. With the final breath, the night comes to an end. Sleep, perhaps, an embrace. For some of you, your last conscious thoughts are that death follows you wherever you go. You open your eyes to a moodily lit interior. The sun, it seems, is shining a little less brightly today.
Rather than go down and have breakfast, I'm gonna take Eobrook outside and start trying to train him.
Okay. You begin to train him.
Instead of leaving like the room, I pull up the window to my room and climb out and just find a flat surface on the roof and just sort of lay down and stare up at the clouds and the sky.
Okay.
I guess I'm leaving the barracks now as well.
Oh yeah, I'm imagining that you would have been able to have left the barracks, yeah.
All an all-nighter. Very little rest.
It's a sunny day. There are still kind of lingering grey clouds in the sky that create patches of dim on the ground, but for the most part it seems that the storm has passed, and today is a new day So what do you wish to do?
Just lay there, and at the normal time that we would usually sort of come together for breakfast, I'll head back into the building.
Okay.
I'm just gonna walk in from the barracks and just have a bath, clean all the muck and dirt off myself, blood probably.
The moment you sink into the warm water, it just the dirt and blood just kind of swirl in there, almost immediately turning the water kind of this light brown. But it is refreshing, and you do feel rejuvenated after having cleansed yourself.
I probably awoke not in my bed, but on the floor with my head slumped in my book and not having a good sleep at all, like having nightmares.
The quill like kind of caught behind your ear, and as you kind of come downstairs, there's just like ink, a patch of ink that's stained on the back of your neck.
I feel like
one of those study all-nighters.
Yeah. I feel like it's a unanimous thing that not many of us.
I feel like everyone has done it at some point. Like, come on, it's got to have happened.
I mean that too, but I was saying it's probably unanimous as well that not
No
many
one's
of
that
us
way.
got much sleep. No one.
Oh right, yeah. I mean, for those of you that did rest, you have had a long rest, but it is not a comfortable.
Yeah, no, we definitely.
It's not a comfortable rest.
Ari was tossing and turning for sure.
Nightmares for sure.
Ari is already at breakfast. She's not eating nothing. She's got a cup of espresso in front of her, and nothing else.
Yeah.
Liquid breakfast.
Understandable.
Yep.
For those of you that do kind of congregate for breakfast in the main hall, the platter of foods, as you've seen before, Leandra does not join for breakfast this morning, but as you're about midway through, you hear the door open, and stepping forward is a gentleman with kind of like with a well-trimmed beard, kind of slightly greying, slick back black hair, and at first you're like, who is this guy? And you realise it's Warren, who is
Oh dear.
who having not been who looks substantially better than he had when you'd seen him lying in bed. It's almost like a completely different person. And he comes walking in, though you can see walking with a slight limp and a rather ornate-looking walking stick with a silver raven's head on the top. He kind of walks into the room.
I stand up immediately. Father?
Aria.
I go up and give him a hug.
Oh, careful, please.
Sorry. How are you?
I'm still a little weak on my leg.
How are you? What?
Your guess is as good as mine, Aria. But I'm feeling a lot better, a little sore, but feeling a lot better.
Could I possibly draw the conclusion that...
I mean, I'm not going to make you roll for it.
Yeah,
it's
obvious.
kind of like... the coincidence a little
Our
bit.
theory was right. The demon was connected to it.
Man, Gaiak is scared of Leandra, so seeing Warren walk in, he's probably very like, what do I do?
Ironically,
you think
kind of...
You think Warren has a limp? He's just weighed down by all his big dick energy.
Just
Alright. Stop.
Funny. I thought you were going to make a joke about he's about to do the Willy Wonka thing where he falls down and rolls.
No.
Which, believe me, I was so tempted to do. But,
that too.
But yeah, he kind of you kind of get the impression, and you don't know if he's been this way his entire life, but certainly in this moment, even with like a passive insight, he seemed a lot more chill than Leandra. Even you, Aria, are kind of surprised by his chirpy attitude. It's almost like being so close to death has given him a new look on life. he kind of looks across at you. For those of you that are there at the table, I won't be joining you for breakfast. Kind of pats his stomach. I'm still feeling a little little sickly, but
You've heard.
Leandra told me what happened yesterday. I just want to say thank you for protecting this town. I dread to think what would have happened if you were not there. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, there's no need to thank us. I think we're all in agreement of that.
Well, I think that we agree to disagree. I realize that we've not actually been properly introduced, except for my lucid moments. I am Lord Warren Ravenwood, and he kind of gives a deep bow. You hear a little, yes. Maybe I won't do that so much.
I give a little bow of the head, and then the quill kind of just flops onto the floor. And goes in the...
It kind of just hangs because the ink has dried.
Oh no! That's not going to come out.
Interesting headwear.
I stand up and stretch my wings out and do like a very deep forward bow to Warren.
Well, I don't want to keep you from your breakfast, but I wanted to thank you and also ask if you would attend a meeting this evening at the council house.
Absolutely.
We have a lot to discuss, and I think it is right that you be there.
We'll be there.
As the saviors of this town. Whether you agree or not, that is certainly how I view it.
Cannot speak for my
I'm
companion.
very glad that my daughter brought you here, otherwise... Well... if that is all, I will... Well, I'm going to get back into bed.
Please
Was a
rest,
pleasure.
Mother.
Kind of turns... Well, he gives a final little nod this time, and then kind of slowly walks out with that slight limp. Closes the door behind.
As Warren walks out, Alistair like walks into the hall and sort of just does a double take. Is like, fucking, is that just Warren? Or was just like,
So what do you wish to do?
Gosh, who's cutting onions in here? Who's cutting onions in here?
So what I'm going to say is, so that we can be kind of specific with what we want to do, I'm going to count this as a day of downtime. So rather than kind of going through every little thing, is there anything you wish to achieve in this day? Be it kind of like minor tasks, like, I don't know, like training the dog for a day, or other things. And then if there's very like specific things, we can cut to those scenes. Yeah, I just need to make sure we do the ones that I've scripted, you know.
Yes.
What page are we on now with the script?
Oh shit! Well, the thing is, you guys skipped the lines on
yes,
page
shit,
14.
sorry. I'm a few
So-
lines behind.
I think that
Guys,
was
go
my
back.
fault.
Go
I think
back.
that was my
This is the
fault. I
whole
missed a bit.
campaign. Are we on page
Sorry,
5,000?
I'm
at
sorry.
this
I'm
point?
really sorry.
Page 5,000 of the campaign.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Okay.
I wanna
In which case, before I go on to anyone else, I just want to get Alistair to roll me an animal handling check. This is how successful your training is.
Please get an actual one.
So,
Please get an actual
so
one.
you know, before the dog becomes, for anyone who's watching, I don't know, I can't actually see what our viewership is like at the moment. So we're going to be using for Alistair's dog, to my better judgment, is going to be taking on the sidekick classes. But in order to get those classes, to go from just an untrained... I mean, I know that it's kind of a jump in skill, but whatever. You're going to have to train it a certain amount, and then it will get that its stats will essentially change to the sidekick version. So there's going to be a certain number, and it will depend on how... And you're going to be rolling them. So every day of training, you get to roll it and see how well it goes. So if you roll me a animal handling check, we're going to see. Okay. This is an unruly little shit. He does not listen to your instructions at all. He hates it. He clearly seems like a dog that's not had to listen to a master before, like a street dog. And so getting him to just listen to you is difficult enough, much less try and train him to do anything. And knowing what Azreen is like, I can feel the frustration of someone not doing what she's telling. Are you muted, by the way, Maya? I can't hear you.
I think she's just a bit delayed.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, she's muted on Discord. Just wanted to check. Okay. Okay. So.
I can't.
Yeah, I can't hear you. I don't know if you're. Yeah.
Your mic unplugged, darling.
Technical difficulties. No.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were muted on Discord.
I unmuted and then for some reason it muted me again. I don't know.
That's really weird. Okay. So, what about the rest of you? Is there anything you wish to achieve during this day?
Gaia.
Oh. Go ahead.
No, go on.
I was going to say I'm going to buy another diamond.
Oh,
You can buy another diamond. Okay.
Good
Sure.
shout. Good shout.
Yeah, that's probably a good shout.
I thought you took all your money.
10 platinum
Okay.
straight away. Yeah, just do that. If I've 10 platinum.
10 platinum. Is it not a diamond worth 200? I need to check the spell now.
On the spell, it's on the spell on
Oh.
roll 20. It said,
Yep.
it says
Yep,
100.
go on.
Wait, what's happening?
I nearly sneezed. I was like,
Yeah.
Oh!
yeah.
It was one of those ones that teases you.
Man, they're the
It
worst.
actually says a diamond worth 300 gold
So you'd need
pieces.
30 platinum, right?
Oh, then
No?
Derek's dead.
Well, we're really...
Okay, well we know now. That was...
Well... Yeah, sorry, Guy, you're dead now.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Wait, do you need money?
Do Kalian
'Cause
arrives.
I can give you some.
Yeah, let me check. I'm going to check in the handbook, because that would be my best
I
go-to.
swear it's changed. Like, it was 100 before.
300 gold for Revivify does seem like a lot. I swear it was
Yeah.
less than that.
Well, it depends what's in here. If it's in here.
I swear it was like 150.
I thought it was... No, it's not. It's definitely like a... fucking... can't think of the word I'm trying.
Imagine if Revivify failed. Not only have you gone through the emotional trauma of losing a party member, but you've also lost 300
You're at
gold.
300.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yep, 300 gold. Diamond worth 300 gold.
Do you need money?
Yeah, it's in the book.
How
For
much do you
saving
have?
me, I would be.
It
willing
must
to give you
be-
some money.
I think there is a spell that uses it for 100 gold, but I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
Well, I've got 19 platinum.
19.
I-
That's 190,
I need
right?
11 more. Yeah, I need 11 more.
I can give you a little bit. I mean, Gaik would be more than happy to, since you saved his
Yeah,
life.
I can give you some as well. How much do you want to give, Sam?
I'll give 7.
Okay. And then
I can
Matt,
also
what
take
do
some
you
as
do?
well.
Take me
Sure.
down to...
It only
I
needs
can give you
4
3. I'll give you 3 gold.
Platinum.
Uh,
Are you
I
paying
3
in
gold. I'll give you
platinum
3
or
gold.
I'm giving 7
Maybe-
platinum.
Yeah, we're giving him
Okay,
platinum.
Oh,
26 platinum now altogether. I need 4 more.
I don't know.
Right, okay, I'll give you 4 platinum then.
Who knows when it will be needed, you know?
Okay.
Can't do maths in my head.
No, Jester doesn't want to fucking buy diamonds. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'll go out and buy some.
If it's for the purchase of diamonds, it's more than worth it. I don't mind
Yeah,
losing platinum
yeah.
for the purchase of diamonds.
Yeah.
Alright, cool, yeah. I'll go off and do that and put 2 diamonds in my fucking bag then. So would be
Oh.
100 gold pieces worth of diamonds. Take away the platinum. Boom. While I'm out, I want to go to the place where I can sell daggers. So I've still got 7 daggers for some reason.
Shit, I've got stuff
in my bag.
Okay.
So I'm
Many
supposed to.
arrows.
For some reason, I said
Okay,
that.
yeah, you
Every
can.
dagger.
You can go to one of the blacksmiths and sell off those daggers. So it'll be worth half its amount
Yeah,
in the
it's
handbook.
half what a dagger is, so I'll work it out.
Yeah.
Ooh, pump.
Yeah.
That's me
Um.
now.
Okay. So. So, is there anything anyone wants to do? I've gone through Alistair and Alistair.
I would like to go into the town and buy 20 arrows. First of
Okay.
all, how much would that be?
I think it's in the handbook.
Oh god.
Let me check to see if it's on the compendium.
I'm an idiot.
Why?
I have the Illithid's notes.
Oh.
I mean, not that they believe us, but it's something I can show them. Carry on. Sorry, this is your time. You go.
I mean, that could have been written by any.
Well, I can't even remember what's on it.
When did we get that? Is that from the orb or is that from?
Because the Illithid was in a camp when we fought it, right? And there was a note
Yeah.
there. I can't remember what the note said. I just have it in my equipment, Illithid's note.
Okay.
I've got tablets as well. I picked up their
You
tablets.
couldn't read it. I think it was that you couldn't read it, right?
Can we find
can
someone
now.
that
I can now
can? Oh.
because I got
Oh,
a
shit.
spell.
Okay. Now I need to remember what
No.
it was from all that time.
Go, Ewan. Search through the stacks quickly.
Let me just get the arrows. The arrows
Sorry.
are...
I'm getting excited. You go.
That's okay. That's okay.
I definitely need to make a note of arrow prices just for future.
Yeah, I always keep
I
it the
don't
same.
think
I think
they're
it is. I think it's just 1 gold for 20. There it is. Yeah, 1 gold for 20.
Okay. Well, by
It's just the normal ones. But remember, there are other.
yeah.
Was there a Fletcher? I don't remember if there was a Fletcher here. Hold on.
I think.
I mean, of
bought
course I do.
some-
I remember everything.
I think I bought some in Ravenwood before.
You did, but I think I think we might have like zoomed past it because you were off when you wanted to when we were going through it.
If I wanted to sell my Warhammer and it's 15 gold, I round down from 15, right? I round down the half.
Yeah, every half is rounded down.
Cool.
In D&D.
That's
Yeah, there's not a Fletcher's, so you would just be getting basic arrows.
Okay.
From where is it? Metallo Templato.
Cool. That's all I really need at the minute. I do have some spare hammerhead arrows. And then after that, I'm gonna. Is there little like clusters of trees and sort of forest-esque areas that aren't the Ravenwoods within Ravenwood?
Yes, so the perch is mostly made up of like parkland, and then you have estates that are part of this that are basically come off of this main winding cobbled road. But for the most part, if it isn't, even the estates have, which are quite large in their size anyway, have private gardens. But then outside that, most of it is like parkland anyway.
Okay.
So you can find clusters of trees
Yeah.
throughout, and it's kind of it's on the top of this big plateau, so it looks over. If you get somewhat closer to the edge, you can see over the town below, or the land that extends out westward.
I would like to, find maybe an area of trees, somewhere that's a little bit quiet where I can be alone. Take some time to do some practice, some target practice with arrows, trying to sort of control, do some practice with like the magical side of things as well, with controlling my arrows and stuff like that. And then take some time to just sit down in the quiet and meditate and just think about everything that's happened and what I saw in the sky the day before as well.
Okay. Anyone else?
I've got quite.
I would.
Oh no,
Oh,
you
no,
go.
you go.
Please.
No, no.
I've got quite a few things I want to do. And one of them. So you go first.
I was going to ask you. Actually, you might not know. I'm going to just have a conversation with you.
With me?
With me?
Aria.
Oh, right.
Yes.
I wonder.
No one wants to talk to me.
I wonder today, will they be doing any kind of help with the bodies, or do you reckon it's already done?
Do you mean as in the burial of the bodies? I imagine. I haven't seen much of the rest of the town, but they might still be doing it. I'm sure they'd be welcome any help that is offered. Why?
I wish to help.
I'm sure they would appreciate it. I don't know, I would.
I'll be returning for the meeting.
Of course. I would very much value you being there, Storm.
I don't know why you'd want me, but I appreciate it. See you later. Gonna head off
Okay.
and go and aid anyone doing some burials, which is quite unusual for Storm because his burial culture is different, but he just.
So
really?
you come down to where you've. Oh no, you're cutting out a bit now.
Oh, hello.
You okay? Yeah, it was just being really weird.
Yeah.
It kind of like stopped and then did everything at once.
Oh, that's good.
So you make your way down towards the Garden of Rest, which you have visited before when you went to look for the strange grave digging situation. As you kind of approach, you can see there are quite a lot of people that are around the vicinity of the Gardens of Rest and within. As you make your way inside, you can see some people being buried already, and more kind of being transported within the garden itself. You make your way up to what appears to be like a small church building, without a steeple. It's more like a mausoleum than anything, and you see that familiar symbol, the grey circle with the black star on it. That you may not necessarily know the religion, but you come to recognise that symbol when it in relation to death within cultures on the Restless Coast. As you kind of make your way inside, you can see the interior is kind of quite bustling. It's sad to say, but there's a lot of business, and that's not necessarily meaning they're enjoying it. But you know, there's a lot of stuff going on and a lot of people to put to rest. And you can see a number of these clergy of the mound, individuals in like dark black cloaks with the symbol on the back. You've bumped into a few before, as well as people that seem to be just commoners that are kind of helping out with volunteering to help bury the dead. In what way would you like to try and help?
just make like scour the room, like someone who I believe like is like a priest there, and just offer. I want to speak to and offer my service in burying people.
Okay. You kind of approach one that seems to be directing a few different people. It's got kind of like this. She's got mostly a shaven head. You can see just a bit of black kind of growing back through, and this very thick beard that follows along his jawline. Yes, can I help you?
I wish to help with things that people may find hard to do themselves.
I'm not sure what you mean. One sec. Yes. If you take him to. Yes. Sorry. What? In what way? What? We've got lots of people helping. An extra pair of hands would be much appreciated.
Of course, this is what I'd like to do. I was there for what happened, and I wish to
I see.
do what I could not do in the past.
Okay. Well, if you could help dig some more graves, that's what we're most in need of right now. We've got a lot of people to rest and not enough places to put them.
Of course, I will do what I can. Just show me where to
Okay,
dig.
and might I ask how familiar you are with our burial rites?
I am not familiar. That is one complication. But I can dig the
Right.
holes and you can do the rest.
Okay. Well, I'll put you with a group of people.
I would not like to disrespect your burial rights.
Well, I appreciate that. Not everyone is so enlightened as you. Thank you. And you directed to a group of people and are able to create some more grave sites in the Garden of Rest. And through the time of the day, it's hard work, it's hot work, and even with like it's not necessarily sunny here, it's still quite warm, and with your fur and this hard, exhausting work, do cats sweat?
They do.
They do,
I don't think
actually.
so.
They do.
They do.
Okay,
They do.
you build up a stanky sweat.
This is taking me back to a certain time.
Do they swear? Yes, because burying
Yeah,
boys in D&D. Especially when you're a cat.
So, anyone else?
Jack, do you have anything you want to do? Because I've got quite a few.
Not really.
Okay. So I've got a couple of things. The first one's a bit menial. I just want to get rid of I've just got in my inventory assortment of jewelry that we got from the sewer people. I just want to dispose of that. I don't know if I should probably find the family that belongs to, but I'll probably just take it to Talion and give it to Talion because he sells trinkets.
Okay.
Did I ask the blacksmith about the assassin's sword? I can't remember if I did. I asked someone about it.
You did, and I think they said that it didn't look like something that they'd ever seen.
Cool.
Didn't look like it was made here. It looks like it looks foreign, exotic.
Right. Okay. I'll still hold on to it in case I might come across someone who might know any more about the people who carry it. So I'll keep that. Getting rid of the assortment of jewelry. Say, give that to Talion.
Okay.
And also, because I swapped out a spell and picked a different one, I'm going to take the Illithid note. I'm just going to find somewhere quiet.
God damn it! No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And just kind of block everything out. Try and focus despite everything that's going on. Kind of channel my connection to Boss Man and be like, "Oi, help a bitch out." And I'm gonna richly cast comprehend languages and try and read the note.
Help a bitch out.
Yeah.
Yo, help a bitch out.
Help the hateful bitch, yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to remember. This is the one that you found.
At the camp, the drow camp, right?
In the camp.
Yeah, the one that nearly killed Kensei.
Yes, I know what one you're talking about.
Algonthorn, maybe? Or
That
that?
was a place. I don't think that was the name of the
Let's
guy.
find it.
Oh, I thought that was the name of him.
Was it?
Well, we don't know, maybe. I don't...
What was the place? I don't know. It was a while ago.
I've got it in my notes. Algonthorn. I've got it written that that's the name of the illithid we can't get. I think because the drow lady told us that. But maybe I'm wrong. That's just what I've got written in my notes.
So as you kind of look over the note, the strange writing that seems to not really be text, you call upon the dark and deep forces within you, and your eyes open, and they are just completely glossed over red, with like swirls of orange in there, almost like something else has taken control of your eyes and is inserting its dominance over them, but you are able to receive the information. And the text doesn't change, and you don't necessarily. It's strange. It's not like reading it. As you look at, you're not sure if this is how it works with every text that you read, but at least for this specific, it seems like you are hearing a voice in your head recite the text to you, and you hear it say this.
Bring them down further, deeper. A delicious meal they will make, or fine additions to my army.
Yep.
And you literally feel every hair on your body kind of stand on end. There is a sickly feeling in your stomach and almost this dizzying sensation in your mind. And eventually it kind of just fades away, but it's very, very unsettling. It was like you were hearing a voice whisper it to you right from behind your ear.
Not like that.
And after kind of the past couple of days, you kind of have to kind of check that there isn't anyone there speaking it to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Cool. Tight.
Cool.
Yeah, so I just kind of go around town. I'll probably kind of go around town as well, just kind of make sure the people seem okay, that no one seems overtly in distress, glaring at any guards I see. And then eventually kind of like just before the meeting, much later in the day, I would like to find Alistrine. This is like much later in the day.
Before that,
Yeah.
For those of you that have gone out and around the town, you can from days ago where it looks at you like looks of strangers, maybe less so for Alistair, and partially Alistrine. For the rest of you, it's kind of been like people looking at the other, the strange one, the freak.
Mm-hmm.
There is a very different air in the way that people stare at you, almost like if Tom Cruise walked down like a street in London. Like people kind of turn like wide-eyed and whisper to each other, kind of like make small gestures indicating towards you, and it's very uncomfortable for some of you. Maybe the feeling of being the center of attention. And Aria, during your jaunt through, you hear like the patter of small feet behind you, and there's a small tug on your garment. And as you turn, you see a young girl who kind of looks up at you with these kind of wide eyes and says, "Thank you so much for helping us."
Oh, no.
And she puts in your hand like a small, like not quite a daisy chain, but like a number of flowers just kind of tied together, of just different colours, blue, orange and violet. It's just like this. You don't know what you could do with it, but this kid made it for you. And then she kind of looks up at you and then runs off back towards her mother.
Oh. I kind of just stare at it for a moment, stare after her, put it on.
As you do so, you can see the girl looking back, and she's like tugging on her mother and like jumping and pointing at you. Anything else, Arya? Oh, you wanted to go back and speak to Alistri.
Yeah, like, but this is like just before the meeting's about to start, so I'm later in the day.
Okay.
So I don't know if anyone else wanted to do anything.
Is there anything anyone else wishes to do?
No. No.
Alistair? Okay. One thing is, Kensei, during the day, as if you're not doing anything, I'm kind of assuming that you're perhaps still at the house. During the day, as you're having a moment of quiet thought, you hear a door open, and Leandra is stood there. Do you mind if we talk for a moment?
Of course, Lady Ravenwood.
Please, call me Leandra.
If you so wish.
She sits down nearby. Is there another name that I can call you by other than Kensei, or is that your name?
It is the name that would suffice.
Fair enough. Look, I'm not good at this sort of thing, but I'm sorry. I should not have said the things I did to you. So I would like to apologize. It was not fair of me to make such an assumption of you due to the actions that my daughter had taken. And believe me, I know because I raised her. She can be... Well, to put it lightly, she can be a little shit. But I love her for it. So I know that sometimes she might do things that not agree with everyone. And it was not fair of me to suggest that it is your job to tell her what she should or should not be doing. That should be mine. And I am sorry that I put that pressure on you. That is it.
If it is any consolation, you have nothing to be sorry for. I did give the impression through my speech and actions that I was there to look after Arya. And as I am learning through a series of my own mistakes, sometimes you must let people fail to learn a valuable lesson. If anything, this whole experience was as much a lesson for myself as it was for Arya. And in the end, good came of it.
Well, I still feel pretty bad. I noticed the symbol you carry on your. I apologize. What is the garments that you're dressed in called?
Is she referring to my regular outfit or the outfit that Arya dressed me up in?
No, your regular outfit.
Oh, okay. And she says she recognizes something.
What is it? What is the piece of clothing called? I don't know. All I know is a kimono.
I suppose that is the correct term. Yes. The kimono is the general garb worn by a lot of people from my home.
The symbol on it. What does it mean?
I'm assuming she's referring to the symbol on the back.
Yeah.
It's the symbol of my clan. The one from which I originate.
The Ryoto?
Correct.
Clan? I thought so. I see it's my job to really try and know as much as I can about the politics of other places.
I see.
But I'm not saying it to show off. I actually have something for you. And she kind of walks over to the door. You can see her talking like to a servant, and she takes like a small bundle of white cloth and walks back over, places it on the floor, and begins to unravel it. And you can see this kind of slightly curved blade that's sheathed inside this dark leather sheath that comes to like a stump of an end with like gold at the end of it. And you can see on the end of the blade is kind of like a circular pummel, and inside the pummel itself is that same symbol of Ryoto.
Sword.
A friend of mine procured this a long time ago, and well, I feel like maybe it is a good apology present, I suppose.
She's laid this out on the floor or the table?
She's it's kind of like laid out in front of you.
Oh. I'm gonna inspect it very thoroughly.
Okay.
I mainly want to determine whether or not it's authentic, and if possible, how old it is. If I would know enough about Ryoto clan history to maybe place the blade somewhere.
Okay. Roll me a history check then.
Yes, I think I'm proficient in finally. Oh, it didn't help though.
Looking at the blade without a longer time to kind of inspect it, you're kind of not pressured, but like there's a pressure of someone kind of looking at you. As best you can tell, it seems authentic, and this kind of design, there's a number of periods it could be. You need to take a more inspective look, I guess. You need to spend a little bit more time inspecting the various parts of it. But it definitely seems authentic.
Okay, I pick it up. Is it the same length as my other swords? Is it a full katana?
No, it is a short blade. It's more like a tanto than it is anything. But it looks like it's if it's not authentic, then it's certainly at the very least very well crafted. The blade is surprisingly light. It's a little bit longer than a normal dagger, but shorter than like a short sword. But it is very light.
Kind of like gently kind of put my hand around the hilt and just kind of one swift movement, just pull it out.
The blade glistens as the candlelight flickers along the blade, and you can see this expertly crafted, this very sharp curved edge. It looks very well polished, like it's never been used. I was told that they are ornamental, but I'm sure that they could be useful.
In the Ryoto clan, there's no such thing as an ornamental blade.
Then I hope that it serves you well.
I'll try to look along the blade length and see if it has any characters, perhaps a name written on it.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check real quick.
Oh boy. And we're back to the 0 modifier, yeah. Oh, better though.
You still rolled better.
Classic.
Okay. Yes, there is. It's kind of like just... Wait, so the blade kind of curves up this way with the actual, sharp side of the blade on the bottom. But as kind of at the tip of the curve is the name Dorio.
Wait, can you say it again?
Dorio. I might have pronounced it wrong, to be honest.
Oh. Dorio.
See? Jack. Giving people's names on Fridays, now you're getting one of your own.
My face kind of... My voice kind of... lowers a bit. And I put the sword back and I go, may I ask where you acquired this?
A friend of mine, who I'm afraid is passed now, it was a gift in their will to myself, but I believe they purchased it from someone in Deep Bay.
Who was this friend, if I may ask?
You're asking for her name?
If that is not a problem.
No, of course not. I just need to remember what her name was.
She T-poses.
Are you asking for her name? Yes, Ewan. Shit.
Or am I? Maybe I'm having to search for something because I...
Oh no! Asking for her name triggers the trap card.
Okay, I actually needed to know how to spell it. Because there are like a million ways of spelling this name. Kira.
What is the name of your friend who was passed?
See.
And she acquired this from someone in the...
That is what she told me. I will be honest, I didn't think too much on it. It was just a gift.
You believe in destiny, Lady Raven.
Until yesterday, no. But I think something's happened for a reason.
I too did not like to believe that my life was preordained. Then things like this happen, and I am forced to question my own ideas of the world.
It'd be a little boring if we didn't have to question everything.
Indeed.
Well, I've got a few things that I've got to sort out. But I hope you enjoy the gift and that it serves you well. And whilst it is not your responsibility, I do appreciate you taking care of my daughter.
Lady Ravenwood, it may not be fully capable to comprehend without understanding fully the customs of my clan, but understand that you have returned something of great value.
Well, I'm glad I could help.
And I'll just kind of bow gently as she leaves the room.
She kind of gives like a bow / curtsy, and leaves you to your peace in the room.
And I'll,
So,
so
go on.
after she leaves, I want to sit down at the nearest table, kind of put the blade in front of me, and try to search my memories, whether or not I might have, if there's an instance where I might have seen this when I was younger.
Roll me a wisdom check.
Okay. Just straight wisdom?
It's not something that comes to your
Guys.
mind immediately.
No.
She's a happily married woman. Come on, guys.
Oof.
You're feeling a lot of emotions at the moment, and maybe that's clouding your memory. You don't think you've seen this blade before. You might need to think a little harder.
Yeah, I'm on there.
So, as the day goes by with you doing your independent small events, eventually you find yourself beginning to congregate again outside the quite large town council house. Quite a large plaster building with these like blue slate roofs and a steeple. It almost looks like a church, but there are kind of like other offshoot buildings that make it look like wings of an academy. And as you group together outside, you see Tobias, who kind of walks up and kind of looks at you all for a second. So I see that he told you to come too. And we're going to take a break right there.
I'll say it instead of typing it. I'll go up to Alistrine, about to talk to her, and then I stop myself because I realise this is probably going to be a heated debate, and I'd rather have this conversation afterwards. So I stop myself and I kind of,
Time pauses.
Okay. So we'll see you after the break.
Oof.
Thank God I need to pee!
Oh, hold on. Whoops, I went onto the wrong fucking...
Oh.
I just booted up the Jack's Games overlay, so...
Oh no!
Well, if you want to jump back into
Brilliant.
that,
God damn it.
last time remember you were all
Okay.
about to die.
Okay, so where we left off before the break, you guys had your day of downtime doing your activities, and Leafy is having something. What the fuck is going on in Leafy's room?
Do you have water in your ears, Leafy?
What is happening?
He's muted.
Does he-
He's muted.
Does he know that we're back yet?
Yeah, we
I think
are.
he might be different.
He knows now.
Is he deafened?
Oh no, is that?
Hello. Yeah, we've just started back, and you started having like a fucking.
headbanging.
You look like you were having
You are
like.
rocking out your own
possessed.
party, mate.
Or like having a
What?
great time.
Yeah.
I'm having a great time. I didn't know you started. Fuck,
Well,
That's funny.
so where we left off before the break, you had done your kind of day activities leading up to a meeting that Warren had asked you to come to at the council house. So you stand outside this large, almost church-like structure, having just been joined by Tobias, and whether you congregated earlier on, some of you I know were planning to meet outside the council house. So eventually you all kind of find your way outside of it. It's a warm evening, not boiling hot, but like a comfortable temperature. The clouds at this point seem to have dissipated, and the stars above and the two moons clearly visible in the sky. You are free to do what you wish. Are you, Aria, you're not speaking to Alstrine, are you?
I'm
You were
doing
going
it
to, but-
after now.
Okay.
I'm doing it after.
So, you are... You see a number of individuals walking in, people that look like they're wearing like quite expensive garments, likely nobles, who arrive in carriages and make their way inside, and following suit, you're guided through into a large dining hall. A long table stands in front of you. And you can see as you enter this quite large, echoey room, a handful of nobles and councilmen that sit along the long table, including Warren, Ravenwood, and Leandra at his right-hand side. On the table are numerous numerous candlesticks flicker, creating a myriad of shadows that dance across the red brick walls. Stationery, quills, and all manner of official supplies lay across the table, along with glasses, bottles of wine, and name tags. The people here are talking amongst themselves, though, as you enter, you see a couple of them kind of turn and observe you. You are individually kind of like guided by these kind of like wait staff that show you to the table, and you can find little name tags that have you placed at certain places along this table. You're kind of like on the far end, and Warren is on one end of this long table, and the other noble's kind of placed in between you. As you are kind of seated, the talking kind of continues, but eventually Warren rises. Thank you all for attending this last minute meeting. And you hear a lighter male voice kind of halfway down the table. It's good to see you return, Lord Ravenwood, and in better health. He is kind of sat with this like a burgundy jacket with a satin frill. He looks like the picture of obnoxious wealth. And you absolutely can roll an insight check.
I don't trust this shit.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you. Oh,
Okay. You can see the way he is very clearly trying to hide a kind of a snide remark. You kind of get the impression that maybe he isn't as happy that the person who was previously leading the town is back in a position of power. For whatever reason, whether this man had recently had power stripped away from him, whatever it might be, he's not particularly best keen on the situation. But for the most part, it seems trivial rather than malicious.
Okay.
Kind of like, politicians sort of sensation.
Okay.
Indeed, Councilman Marco, though I wish for better circumstances, I should think that all present are aware of the current situation and the implications that follow it. Kind of looks across and there's a few murmurs and nods and... With the assault on our city, as repelled by our guests, we must assume that the populace has lost confidence in this council. We must act immediately to restore this faith. We cannot allow mistrust and suspicion to corrupt the people. I shall start by having each one of you investigated. There's a number of gasps and just kind of like comments made on the side. I am doing you an honor in informing you of my intentions. We must all be open. Too much is at risk to allow such another event to occur. And you get the impression he's kind of talking to the councilman. He's kind of looking around at the individuals. Doesn't seem to kind of indicate that towards you. This town and its people need, nay, deserve leaders that are honest, pure of heart, and intelligent. And that is why I shall be stepping down as Lord of Ravenwood and passing my title on to my son, Tobias. All heads kind of turn towards Tobias, who's currently glugging down a cup of wine. It kind of goes like wide-eyed.
Hold on, just like, what?
I kind of hold back a laugh.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, I'm sorry, what?
Aye, Tobias. You will take my seat here. Who better to rule over Ravenwood than someone that has lived and worked among them? My time has passed. It's time for fresh, honest eyes. You are ready. For the first time, for the rest of you, and actually probably even for Aeria, Tobias sits straight and has a serious look on his face. Yeah, Aeria, I don't think you've ever seen Tobias take things particularly seriously. But something kind of washes over him. You honor me, Father. I will not let you down. I don't doubt it. Now, to the other matter at hand. You, and he gestures towards the group of you sat at the end of the table. You have done Ravenwood a great deed and shown bravery in the defence of her citizens, and for that you shall be rewarded. It is with great pleasure that I, Warren Ravenwood, the first Lord of Ravenwood and the North, use the power invested in me by Queen Cecilia the First to grant each of you the title of Cavaliere, recognized across the coast. May you serve with dignity and honour. Be aware this title will not get you everywhere, or out of every scrap. I also ask you to use its power sparingly. All rise for our new Cavaliere. And he kind of raises a glass of wine. And everyone else kind of looking around takes their glass and stands raising it. Cavaliere! And everyone takes a drink. Aria, you know that this is the Verlum's knighthood. You have just been knighted.
Well, that will get us a leg up for seeing Cecilia.
That's true, actually. That actually might help us in getting an audience with her.
Someone knighted someone without me knowing.
Thank you, Father. This is a great honor. And I never thought I would get.
And well deserved. Any who would put their life at risk to help a city, to help people, especially when it is not their job to do so, deserves a place among the finest Cavaliere of Verlum. Now, with that out the way, and now that we're all properly advised, the real work begins. And the rest of the evening kind of goes on talking about the changes that need to be made to the trade and the township management, organising a complete restructure of the town guard, the investigation into town officials. For the most part, it's pretty boring and dreary, and for most of you, it's kind of a zone out sort of. What are these people talking about? I've never had to deal with this sort of stuff before. Is there anything you wish to do?
I'm paying attention to every single word that's said, and when there's a moment of silence, I'll stick my hand up, as in, you know, like I kind of want to say something. But if you guys want to do something first, you go.
I mean, while all the boring stuff's happening, I guess Guy's just zoning in and out, still thinking about what he saw the other day.
I'm gonna people watch. I'm gonna kind of watch Aria, watch the people around the table, watch how they react to certain things. See if I can kind of suss people out.
Okay, roll me another insight check.
Whoever I'm sat next to, I'm just kind of whisper like, "Oh, what did he call us? What are we? What? I'm really confused."
Cavaliere?
What does that mean?
Yes, I butchered it, but
I whisper. I lean over. We're knights, bitches.
What? A knight?
A knight of Verlum or a knight of Ravenwood?
Knight of Verlum.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's got a bit more weight to
Your
it.
father is a lord.
Yeah.
So he actually has the power to.
This is a real like.
No.
This is the real shit.
The real like Geralt even getting Geralt.
You got yourselves into this.
This is like when Geralt gets knighted. It's hilarious.
We're just missing someone, a queen with half her teeth missing, going like, "I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Strange witcher man."
Oh, there's a head.
Really? Okay. Don't mind.
I see an arm poking through. Mateo deflects.
Yeah.
Okay, so Alistrine, you intently watch the people at the table. No one strikes you as acting suspicious. You can see that there are looks of disagreement in places, and obviously disagreements and heated discussions break out across the table about a myriad of different things. But no one looks Yeah, no one looks suspicious. I couldn't think of a different word to use. I
Okay.
think that's the best one.
Yeah.
And you feel confident in that. It's about what you expect. It's political mess, and politicians will be politicians and hide secrets, but yeah.
Okay.
Arya, there is a moment of silence after they kind of come to the end of a heated discussion where two individuals are arguing over taking away guard support from certain areas of the town, and one person wants them to remain there, the other is like, well, we need to protect the main populace more.
Good sirs and madams, if I may, father, if I may speak.
Absolutely.
Thank you. My companions and myself originally came back to Ravenwood with a task. I don't know how quickly news travels, but you may or may not know that Foyfort has begun a sort of crusade and have attacked Belanor. We came here in hopes that we could get my family's help in getting an audience with Queen Cecilia, who would hopefully send aid.
This kind of like reedy looking man, with kind of this long, kind of slightly crooked nose, kind of leans forward. The problems of Belanor have no inclination on Ravenwood. Why bring this up?
Well, Foyfort won't stop at Belanor, so that's one reason to be concerned. But Belanor's problems aside, I cannot shake the events from last night from my mind, and it makes me think of how we can rearrange the guard schedules, we can get rid of this person, rehire this person, all we want. It is not going to prepare us for the real threats, which is not Foyfort.
And what exactly is this real threat?
Good.
New Knight.
Wow. Good sirs and madams, I ask you to be open-minded, as I know the people of this town can be. But you saw what that thing was. Creatures like that exist in this world, whether you choose to believe it or not. During my companions' travels, we were sent to the underground, in which we came across a creature that I can only describe as something you would see in a nightmare.
Can I raise a hand?
Oh, he's frozen.
Uh-oh.
You, Arya. Arya.
There you go. So you need to say that again. Sorry.
Yeah, I just
I raise.
I lean over to Storm.
I lean over to you. How about if they were to see it?
You read my mind. I
And
oh yeah, you go.
oh yeah,
You go.
you go.
No, you go.
You, ladies and gentlemen, this is a illusion, but this is what we saw in the Underdark. Or not scrap that night in the underground, and then I, under the table, like scratch my sword, and a spark of lightning comes off my fingernails, and I cast it like a lightning disc onto the middle of the table, and from the table, it shimmers with this lightning, and it forms up, and it forms the creature, the illithid that we saw.
Like, people just kind of move back, the table screech across the wood on the ground as people kind of move their chairs back in shock and horror, looking up at it, at this thing. What is that thing?
This, I do not know the creature's name, but it almost killed my companion here, and I gestured to Kent say. Quite easily, I might add. And it spoke to us and threatened that it was building an army so large that I would not have believed it were I not there myself. I fear that we are preparing for the wrong fight. If... Oh, right, okay.
So they can listen to it.
It left this note, and I showed the note. Unreadable by your eye, but with my abilities, I can read it. And it confirms that it is definitely building an army beneath the surface. But I believe intends to come upward, and then all of this fighting over territory and land will be our last breaths wasted.
Lady Ravenwood, you're the one who came here to suggest about this fighting over land. You brought up the 540 war, not us.
I know.
We have no interest in... I have no interest in fighting over land. Ravenwood is prosperous. We have all we need here. Why would we need to take over more land?
It is not a question.
Besides,
of
what
taking.
can we do here?
It's not about taking over land, it's about uniting to fight this threat. We can't do that if Forfoitians are fighting against us. If we...
And why are you not talking to them? Why talk to our humble town about this?
Because we were led to believe that Verlumians were reasonable 514s.
Lord Ravenwood kind of turns his attention to the reedy man. Councilman Romero, you would be good to listen. Perhaps you will learn something.
Oh, snap.
Kind of has like a scowl across his face, leans back in the chair. A larger gentleman kind of leans forward. It's kind of got like not much facial hair, but like this little goatee that kind of comes out in this kind of like dark blonde little jut from his chin. What would you suggest?
Well, that is the big question. We know that the threat is there and that it will come. But we are... I mean, look at the Restless Coast. We are not prepared for this kind of fight. Look at what happened last night.
So it is hopeless, is what you're saying.
Nothing is hopeless. Our defenses are not strong enough, especially with each country at each other's throats. Our only chance is if we are united and we embrace other means of defenses, such as magic.
There's a murmur. Magic. Lady Ravenwood, I find myself in a position I've never found myself in before. Agreeing with Councilman Romero, why not take this discussion to Foyfort itself? They seem to be the ones on this crusade of theirs.
Have you seen what Forfoitians do to towns they overtake? Because if you have, you would know they are not reasonable, they are not up to talk, they are only there to take over. The quicker we get rid of them, the quicker we dispatch of them, which we can only do together, the more prepared we can be when the real war starts.
And you truly believe you can unite the kingdoms of the coast that have been at war and fought for generations?
Whether we believe it or not is irrelevant. It is what
Well,
we have to do, and so we will do it.
I admire your tenacity. I, for one, am willing to listen to them. You hear a number of people kind of raise their hands. Aye. And others that kind of seem unconvinced. Please, Aria and friends, what do you suggest?
Let me propose a question to those that still are in doubt. Would you have let the threat of Councilman Alderman gone so unnoticed beneath your nose if you did not have some kind of envoy with his magic? It would have been detected long before any death came to Raven.
That is because we did not assume that magic users or entities, whatever you want to call them, from the places beyond our world would exist here. Magic is forbidden.
It may be forbidden, but maybe this is
Well,
time
now they do.
to reconsider it.
Our
Yes.
ideas need to change, Councilman. These are archaic ways of thinking.
You say archaic, I say traditional. Our people have survived for generations without the use of magic. Our people survived the voyage from the old world without magic. We do not need it now, and we should not
Yes,
need
and many
it
people
for all
died
time.
yesterday because they didn't have magic. Many people died yesterday because there was no magic.
Please. Let us be civilized here. There are valid arguments, but perhaps it is time that we open our eyes a little bit wider. Wherever our people came from before does not matter. What matters is where we are now. And perhaps for too long we have lived hidden away from the strange magics of this land. I understand your plight, and he kind of looks to you, Alistair. And I find myself in agreement that had such magics existed, or been in our hands, should I say, maybe those who died yesterday did not have to, but the legality of magic is not down to my hands. It is down to the Queen. As much as I find myself in agreement, we are bound by the laws of this land. It is not I you need to convince, but Her Majesty and the other kingdoms. Lest us all forget that had it not been for the magics of the people here, we would all be dead. We're going to take a recess. 10 minutes. We'll return. Everyone kind of pulls the chairs back and walks out.
I'm going to make the Illithid give a little scowl to some of the people that are
kind of like
Bring him out.
kind of like rearranges his shirt as he kind of like moves away from the Illithid slightly. The kind of larger gentleman that kind of comes that spoke up in your defence walks over to you. I am sorry that not everyone is as welcoming, but I admire what you suggest.
Thank you.
We
There's always going to
appreciate
be
the support.
skeptics. And we have lived in a certain way for such a long time. It's going to be a while before everyone can accept something new. It's how it always goes, but nevertheless, we do need to change. For the better.
Our people have changed since they came here. in different ways, as the history books tell. Why not once more? Besides, I want to know how to do that.
I'm sure Thor would love to tell you.
Of course, we'll be more than happy to teach anybody that wishes to learn.
Well, I'm going to enjoy my 10-minute break. Have a little smoke. I'll see you soon.
I'll join you.
Are you sure you want to do that? Do you really want to get high at a council meeting? That's what you need to do. You just need to get everyone high, and then they'll be down with it.
We have got them high, trial, fact.
Do not spike the drinks.
I mean, didn't have that idea until just now.
Hey, the guy who would have done that has left the room, so.
Thinking straight.
Now they'll be like, "Did you just try to poison us?" Yeah. So everyone kind of moves out the room. Warren's kind of left at the table, kind of scratching his chin. He's just in deep thought, a world of his own.
I'm gonna go over to Toby.
Toby, like father, like son, is kind of also sat there in deep thought, kind of just holding a full glass of wine. You don't think you've seen him take a sip since the information was given to him?
Kind of punch him in the arm. Oh, mighty Lord Ravenwood, I bow down to you.
I swear on the gods, Aria, if you claim.
Oh, Luke is probably sneezing and like his ears are burning because I bet he wanted it before you got it and you got it, which makes me very happy.
Well, I hope he doesn't try to have me assassinated.
If he does, I will kill him. Don't worry about it.
I don't know.
It's a lot to take in. You have a right to be flummoxed.
See. I had no idea that was coming.
Me neither.
I thought he had brought me here for formal reasons. I cannot imagine doing what he just did.
Well,
I don't want to be the one to make decisions.
you have.
Okay, I do. I'm lying.
You have a successful brewery company. It's not like you can't make decisions.
See, that's true.
I think you'll do a great job.
I thought he was going to say that you were going to be the lady of the Ravenwood.
Now that is something that would never happen. I sooner see a pig fly. Which actually could happen, you know. Magic and all. Don't worry about it.
I really hope you know what you're doing.
Me too.
Because at the moment, I have no idea how you're going to get everyone to work together. But I guess that's politics.
That is politics, yes. It is a dance. And at the moment it feels like I have 2 left feet.
You're doing well.
I'm trying.
The fact that some of them are even listening to you
Yes.
is a milestone compared to where we were years ago.
You know, I'm so relieved that some of them actually seemed on board, or at the very least interested in what we had to say, so that's a good sign. I feared the worst.
I just hope that the Queen listens to you.
That is our first challenge, yes.
One of many, it seems. Oh, Aria.
Oh, Toby. I take a sip of his wine. Yeah, well, you weren't drinking it, so I needed that.
Take it.
Oh, no, trust me. I think you need this more than me right now.
You know, I don't feel like it at the moment.
Trying to clear your head already. How very, very noble of you. Who are you and what have you done with Toby?
Oh, okay. I was going to make a joke, but it feels like it's way too soon.
Just make it.
No. It wouldn't be right.
Well, whatever you say, your word is law now.
That it is. Aria Ravenwood. I, the upcoming Lord of Ravenwood, demand that you give back that 5 copper you stole from me when we were 10.
You know,
Or you are banished from this city.
I had the 5 copper. I kind of misplaced it, you know, like a while ago. Can I get? And I walk away.
Then banished.
What a cheapskate, he's got like 50 platinum.
Yeah, I know.
The richest gal in the...
I walk away while sipping his wine.
Okay. Is there anything else you wish to do in this short recess?
Oh, let's go and join Fera Carta again. Well, this is going surprisingly well.
You
For the
think so?
moment.
I'm gonna
it's
stand on
going
the
better than I
table.
thought it would go. Whew. I was holding my breath for a while. Oh. Anybody want a sip of wine?
No
No.
wine for
Kinsey
me.
just kind of
I've
looks.
got my own.
Kinsey just kind of looks at you with a
I've got
like
my own.
tilted head. Really.
I am glad you are all with me. I don't think I could have done this alone.
It's going better than I expected it to as well. Interesting. I have not actually summoned this illusion of it to study its face.
It's a very, very cool
Well said.
trick, Storm. You must teach me how to do that.
As Storm says that, I'm gonna jump up onto the table and just look at the illithid closer and kind of stare it in the eyes and take an opportunity to observe it closely.
If I may,
Okay.
if I may suggest, Storm, perhaps don't pull that same trick when you meet the Queen. We were able to get away with it here due to Aria's father, but I doubt the Queen, who hasn't met us before, will be so lenient.
I have been quite savvy in thinking about this. I thought since they have been quite revering us of our talents in defending
I
yesterday,
agree.
they wouldn't
I
mind that.
agree. I agree, but the Queen doesn't know us.
She is
Even I-
open-minded, though. Yeah, to an extent.
I even thought about just conjuring it up without any warning, but I thought that might make everyone cheat themselves.
Yes,
So
I'm
I
interested
did-
you asked.
If you did that without warning, considering what happened yesterday, it would be much worse. Yes.
Yes, I noticed that you actually asked. It's good progress.
And told them that it was an illusion.
Well, we are knights now, and I take a bow.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, I bow as well. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
does that mean we're sir? Does that officially mean we're sirs now? Or
Technically,
I
yes.
suppose.
Oh,
so.
That's
with
another
your-
syllable to all of our
So
names.
wait, so wait.
Apart from you, because of your,
Oh, no.
your long name.
Alice did the accent.
And so the accent Alexander Arnold the First. It's even longer.
Hey, at the very least now when we go to David, you know, your parents will be very proud of you.
Debatable. But
It's a big honor.
the most important thing about this is his nickname can now officially be Sir Derek.
Oh, God.
Derek.
All,
I will now call you Derek from now on. That is a fact.
all
Why did I
jokes
want to come
aside,
here again?
What exactly is our plan now?
I
Me-
think
Well-
firstly, meeting the Queen would be the best step, so that we can secure Verlum's support. After that, I suggest to go into Deep Bay.
Do we?
I have something to show you all.
Oh,
It's
I've
after
already
Well,
received.
I was up all
I've
night.
already received
I was
one
up all
surprise
night
gift.
studying. Last night I was up all night studying the intricacies of the runes we found on the floor in various places, trying to understand its connection to the weave. And I think I have to try it, but I think I can get us back to Steel City if we need be.
Don't play with me, Storm. What are you saying?
I am saying let me look through my tome, and I get my tome out and I'm like looking for the book frantically. Here. See, this is the same rune we found on the ground when we arrived from off the abyss. And here, look, this is the one we found with the giant in the on the underground. I believe I have connected the runage with my
Oh
focus.
yeah, because we saw
my
the
sword.
sigil, didn't we? Yeah.
I believe I can get us there when we need be.
Kensei doesn't understand any of this, but is just nodding and going.
That is a good point.
I'll be able to manipulate the weaves and carry us all through a portal, and we will be back at those locations.
That is a very, very, very good thing. I know it might be quite draining, but say some of the people we go to were unconvinced, you could perhaps, I don't know, teleport them to the underground to show them what we have encountered.
Oh god.
Definitely.
Oh no.
That would definitely do something, but I don't think it'd be positive.
I'm just saying, if people don't believe us,
Oh,
it's
boy.
something we could do.
That sounds like executing them.
Debatably, yes, it is.
I'm just thinking of how
Just
we're going to
teleport them to a
convince these
strange place where
people.
they see a giant.
I
Well, you
mean,
don't need
it's
to-
bad
you
enough
need
that
to
we have to convince them to fight against Wayford. We have to unite them to fight against creatures from underground. I mean, we're going to sound like lunatics.
Well, you certainly look the parts.
At least my family are on board. I hope they can help us.
Well, you're out, so you do hold some sway.
I do think it is a good idea to possibly bring representatives from each major power down to the below, so that they might see for themselves.
Well,
But we'll need to gather them. We do indeed. But we will need to gather them all in one place first.
We would also need a way out.
Storm.
I can get us out.
And also, perhaps, I don't know, do you have a way of perhaps contacting our mage friend that we rescued from prison? She could help us.
I should. I should. After a long, I should be able to do that after I prepare the spell.
Okay. Okay. This is good.
Well, I was going to say, if you give me some money, I can do it for a little bit of money, maybe.
Because we have a contact underground, and it was Jala's people that were being attacked by this thing. So if they don't take our word for it, they could take hers.
What makes you think that anybody is going to take the word of that dark elf?
Well, not everyone. Okay, I know how you feel about her, Alistair. But
It's got nothing to do with my personal feelings, and it has everything to do with what people think of elves here.
Well, the meeting it proves that the people, certainly the people of this
Proves
town,
that you are protected by your family.
Can be open-minded. I mean, they accepted just Franca. She's not exactly human.
And Drow are seriously misunderstood.
I'm sure.
They are. I am from that corner of the world. My master told me so. He had many Drow friends that were brutalized by the elves of Stella Lapis.
Also, they do not need to like her, they only need to listen to her.
That's true.
They don't listen if they don't like her.
Not necessarily. That's politics.
Well, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We still haven't united the world above, let alone below yet.
That is the first task.
Yes. Focus on the short term first, such as getting these people to work together.
Uniting Verlum is the short term.
Sadly, yes.
Well, Verlum's probably the easier of our destinations to convince. It's the other places I am worried about.
Your mother said
Anyway.
she had some relevant work that needed to be done in Deep Bay, and that somehow it would coincide with our
Yes.
goals. Perhaps it's worth following that up.
There are a lot of things that seem to be pointing us towards the bay, yes.
I must ask, is Deep Bay the ones that they call the clan lands?
Used,
I believe
Used to
it
be?
is.
used to be the clan
It is the Clanlands.
Let me check my mind map.
It's its official term is the Free States.
Yes.
And that is what people there tend to refer to them as, but it's almost like a slur is to call it the Clanlands. A bunch of like unruly clans and groups of people and strongholds that once was a kingdom, now independently kind of ruled over by bands of people there. And there's obviously constant conflict between the people that live there. Borders are always changing within, and the only thing that's really a constant is the free city of Deep Bay.
Yeah.
There are other cities around, but none that have been able to grow to the size of Deep Bay.
Well, one thing at a time. I'm just gonna sit down and wait for the meeting to re-adjourn. Re-adjourn? Come back, commence? Whatever.
Yeah, re-adjourn. No,
Probably
re-adjourn.
been 10 minutes.
Yeah, because you said this meeting. Yeah, whatever.
Resume.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, meeting is
Resume.
adjourned, so-
That's the word.
Resume, yeah. So the other council members come in, taking their seats, and as everyone is once again seated, okay, and the illusion dissipates. Warren Ravenwood kind of stands up again, kind of fixes his clothes. Very well. Let us resume our meeting. I would like to ask our guests what measures they might put forth that the city of Ravenwood can do to help in this endeavor. And sits back down. The floor is yours.
Oh boy, here we go.
An audience with Queen Cecilia is the first step. Without her approval, we can't do much.
May I suggest we take with us, this may be bold, but Warren or Leandra.
The greedy man leans forward once again. Absolutely not. We cannot afford to allow one of our leaders to be taken away from the city. It is not just the fact that the management will be a complete disarray, but it's a figurehead. We have just had a dangerous and deadly insurrection, and we need our leaders here to bring the populace back together.
All the more reason
there's
to
a
visit your queen.
Nonsense.
If I may also point out, I believe the leadership of your of Ravenwood has just been decided. Your sorry, is it Toby's full name Tobias?
Tobias, yeah.
It is. Yeah.
I believe Tobias, or should I say Lord Ravenwood, is now in charge. Leaving his father, who is a highly respected member of the Verlumian aristocracy, I assume, free to come with us if he so wishes, and do the necessary introductions.
Well, until the exchange of power is put through.
Do I need to show you the treaty once more?
I think that we all know what the threat is. I don't want to see that thing again.
Respectfully, all, of course.
Our guests are right. Perhaps the word of someone as respected as Warren, my lord, would be a great asset to this group. If the threat is indeed as perilous as our guests make out, then it is even more imperative that the Queen understands the threat.
May I ask a question?
Please, Warren kind of gestures to you.
Has no one sent word to Queen Cecilia about what happened yesterday already?
Word has been sent, yes. We've not heard anything back. It will take at least a few days for us to hear a response.
Another reason why magic is useful.
Perhaps.
We also have a gift waiting for her if she needs some, some enticing.
Oh, yeah.
I think given the situation it is extremely unlikely that the Queen or her royal guards will permit her to come here. It would be considered far too dangerous. Which, quite honestly, I am inclined to agree. Until we can sort the situation here out, I think it is best that the Queen does not visit here. The last thing we need is the monarch to fall. If that happens, well,
We're fucked.
We'll
yes.
be no better than the clan then.
But we do need to meet with her. It is important that we do.
Agreed.
Is she still doing her events? The ship thing.
Yeah, in that port of Minor.
Yes, the Queen is, as far as I am aware at this current moment, the plan is still going ahead. It is likely that the event will take place within the first month of snowdown.
Right.
But unfortunately, whether or not that goes ahead, we'll have to wait a few days to find out. Given the situation here in the north, it could be expected that the Queen will want to delay the proceedings.
Needs to be aware that we can translate our sense of urgency. I fear for Belanor.
We did promise the Mayfly and the captain. Was it the captain? The captain that we would.
Are you whispering that? Or are you saying it out loud?
Kind of like to you guys, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what did you say? I actually missed that.
Well, he said Mayfly's name, so I was gonna see if there was any reaction on my dad's face. But if you're whispering it, then I won't.
Well, I'll say it loud. Well, we did promise Mayfly that
Okay.
we would.
As soon as he says Mayfly, I look at Warren.
We did promise
Who
Mayfly
is-
that we would be reporting back and bringing aid. It's something I wish not.
Who is this
Do we
Mayfly?
want to announce that we're so...
Oh.
Do we... he is a contact, part of the resistance in Belanor.
I see.
I have not heard any word. It was a war zone when we left. I fear how long they can hold out.
That reedy man, Councilman Romero, chimes in once again. It has just come to my attention. You wish to help these Belanor free themselves from their oppressors, but last that I was aware, the royal family was executed. So who exactly do you expect to put into power there?
Oh shit, did we know that?
Yeah.
We do.
You were told immediately that the royal family had been brought out into the market and executed by the
shit,
fourth
that
ward.
was so long ago.
By the people, by the residents of Belanor themselves.
Oh shit.
We
The
never
people of
visited
Soule
the king.
City, whilst the city was under siege, the residents blamed the king for doing nothing,
I heard he was-
ransacked the castle, and executed him, his son, and
Oh,
his
I
wife.
thought Foy executed him. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Nope, it was the
same.
people.
It's been so
And
long.
the day after, the citizens opened the gates and allowed Foyfort to come in to end the siege.
Oh shit.
That's what Mayfly told you. I'm being very nice by reminding you.
No, I
Thank
remembered
you.
it completely
Thank you.
differently. It's been so long since that session. I remembered it completely differently. I should have written it down. Oh shit.
So who exactly do you intend to put into power then?
Well, I'm sure that's.
So
gonna
you
be
say we should
discussed.
give up on them?
I'm saying that once you go on your noble crusade, what happens when the people are free?
Here is what I believe should happen for the time being. Unite Verlum, David, Deep Bay, and the Draken Isles. And united together, we stand a good chance of threatening Foyfort with either war between the 4 kingdoms and the 1 Foyfort, or we ask them to ally with us, destroy the threat, and then deal with their oppressive government later.
Did you just suggest uniting the Isles? Do you hear this? This is what their plan is, everyone. To unite the Isles. They have been raiding our lands for as long as they have existed. Why on earth would we work together with them? David, the kingdom that attacks our borders to the north. The Clanlands, whose barbarians raid the southern towns. We are to unite with these people? No, we cannot do this. Come on, Lord Ravenwood, please listen to sense. Romero, calm your tone, or I'll have you sent out.
Let me put the situation like this. When the Forfoitians first came around, people believed that they wouldn't be a big enough threat to challenge us, so we left them alone. Strike 1. Then when they started doing a crusade, no one thought they would break the front line, and they did. Strike 2. We really wanted to get to a 3rd strike.
I agree with you. I don't know how or what you could say to some of the other kingdoms to make them yield, lest you take them over yourself. But I agree. If we are to gain enough force to at least threaten Foyfort, it would need to be a united force, an alliance between the kingdoms. But convincing Queen Cecilia and the other kings that is exactly what should be done, it will be far more difficult. I think Leandra you see Leandra lean in towards Warren. My wonderful wife, ladies and gentlemen, has proposed that out of all of the people that you have suggested, perhaps my Lord Theodore may be the key, at least from a naval front. As to the others, I'm not sure. But we will do what we can, won't we?
Of course. Did you say Lord Theodore?
Hi, Lord Theodore.
Hi, Lord
Isn't
Theodore.
he the one from David?
He is the
one from Deep Bay, right?
Oh.
He is the High Lord of Deep Bay.
Yeah.
Wait, he's here?
No.
I thought
He's
you
saying
said he
that
was
if
the guy. I was like, what?
No.
He's here all along.
He said that he's got quite
Yeah,
a significant naval authority. As in he's got like
Makes
a
sense because
ship.
he's by the coast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine, yeah.
So naval superiority. Well, I mean,
Belanor and is on the on the coast.
I mean, this is what must be done. Look at my group. We are all from a different part of the world. If our group is not a sign that we can all work together, then what is?
a councilwoman that you've not heard from all night. Long blonde hair, slight tanned skin, wearing a blue dress with frills. Has been watching intently. She looks like she's in probably her late 40s, mid 50s, like between that age bracket. Finally speaks up. I think that we're all forgetting why we're here in the first place. There is more to our position here than frivolous discussion and political intrigue. What matters is that we are here to help the people that we serve. These folk, whilst their ideas are strange, alien even, they seem to me to be honest and pure. I think that we listen to them and do what we can. Our loyalty is to our people, not to our careers. The room kind of goes silent, and Councilman Romero just kind of slinks once again into his chair. Councilwoman Josefina is correct. We're here to help the people, and the best way we can do that is to listen to them.
We shall do our bit in terms of talking to Cecilia about sanctioning magic. And I believe this is the way of defense that you need to prevent actions like yesterday from reoccurring.
It will take slow steps. But perhaps we can change the world for the better.
Indeed.
What do you need from us?
What don't
That's
we
a big
fucking
question.
need? Yeah, what don't we need?
That is the million-dollar question. Oh.
They need, obviously, an introduction to Queen Cecilia.
Introduction and quick transport there, maybe.
If at all
Horses?
possible.
Oh.
Leah.
Done.
Alright.
Cool. Fab. Next.
We're landlocked. We are
Okay.
we are landlocked, and it's obviously like it's going to be a. I can't
Transport
think of
issue,
that.
yeah.
It'll just be a horse there, won't it?
Yeah. So we need an audience for Queen Cecilia. Say quick transport there.
If
Carry on. You go, Kensei.
how friendly are relations between Verlum and Depot? Currently.
We are economic rivals. But much of our trade is with Deep Bay.
Would it be unheard of for
Maybe a heads up to them.
yes, another sort of introduction, but for the High Lord?
Let them know we are coming. That you expect us.
I'll see what I can do. You'll need transport to Deep Bay of the utmost speed. I shall charter a ship for you. You'll find it at Porto Minor.
It's so refreshing to just.
Pirate dream.
It's so
I mean-
refreshing to actually get what we need for a change.
What we want.
I'd be like, would it be wrong to ask for money? Because we need some equipment.
I don't know if I should ask for that here and right
Oh,
now.
Yes.
Not
that's-
well. I can ask, but I think it's a little bit of a sore spot at the moment.
Yeah, petty
Oh,
goals
yes, you did.
for
You
medical abilities.
You did do that. Maybe later then.
Yes, a word with the new Lord of Ravenwood later. Yeah, maybe would it be? This is out of character now. Would it be so weird as to send word to all of the leaders that we were trying to meet, letting them know that we wish to?
I
to
can
speak with
I
them?
can just write a letter to my
They-
family. I can write a letter to my family. If
They might not know who you are.
True. We are knights now, but we've
But-
only just been made knights, so they would still have no idea who we are.
I can write a letter to my family to
Okay.
a little head up. We might be coming back.
Alestrin, do you have any contacts in the Drake Isles? Okay, I'll take that as a no.
Sorry. No, I don't.
Okay, well, it was a long shot anyway. At least that's 2 countries that we can send word to ahead of time to let them know to expect visitors that would wish to speak with their rulers. Better than nothing.
Perhaps, if nothing, perhaps we should send envoys to all possible. Well,
Well, that's-
possibilities.
That's what I was saying, but I don't know if fucking what was his name in the Draken Isles.
Wayne.
Owain. I don't know if Owain is, the diplomatic community, diplomatic type.
No.
No. Right.
I met him once. A brutal man.
Met him.
See.
How long ago?
Many years now. He had not taken his place as king then. He was still but a meager jarl. But we were attempting to negotiate passage along the southern coast. Things did not end well.
So they're going to be the most difficult.
If I were you, I would avoid them completely.
The character, how many kingdoms are there? There's Dayford.
So, Kingdom of Dayford.
Yeah.
Verlum.
Yeah.
The Free States, which isn't really a kingdom, it's just a mashup of different places. Belanor, which obviously kind of pseudo doesn't exist.
Yeah,
Foyfort. The Drakenloft Isles aren't really a king. I mean, they're kind of a kingdom, but
they're a group of
not...
islands, and if anyone steps in, they go, you're dead.
Yes, basically. And there are other minor kingdoms, like petty kingdoms in the north.
Pretty good.
But they're much more like separated from the coast.
Well, there's always that.
What's Val-Aeria? Is that how you pronounce it? It's a Dayford on that.
So that is a kingdom that is mostly uncharted by humans. But the most recent belief is that it's ruled by snow elves.
Okay, so they're not part of the kingdom we need to talk to.
No, they are very, very separate. It's a very that border is a hard border.
There is always that job.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Taking out Verlum. 2.
Job to do. But the missing daughter and the lizard folk. Was it the lizard folk? Wasn't there a missing princess or something? A job in the Draken Isles?
I believe he said he was offering a reward for the daughter of the previous ruler.
Yes. So there's always that. Maybe we should leave them till last and try and focus on the other two first.
They certainly sound like the hardest to convince.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
The Draken Isles.
Draken Isles.
Yeah, we're talking about
the Draken Isles. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Because I realised you said Owen there, and I thought you said Owen instead of Gwaine earlier.
No.
I was getting confused.
What
Warren was talking about was Gwaine.
Yeah, Owain is Dayford. The other one is Draken Isles.
Yeah.
Well, the other two involve kind of like this, just kind of like a talk about politics and but the Draken Isles, I think it isn't going to go that smoothly. So
it is possible. If anything, as well, it may be possible that the Drakenloft Isles seem like a group of people that are impressed by strength. If we are able to unite several other kingdoms before meeting them, we might prove our strength to them.
That's a very good point.
What is that? What is that mainlander phrase? Speak softly but carry a big sword.
I think that's your job out of all of us.
Regardless, first steps is talking to Cecilia, convincing her to embrace magic somehow, and make her aware of the threat. That is step 1, and we take it from there.
So, are we sending envoys to the other places?
I think it would be a good idea.
I could write a letter to my family.
To let them know that to expect us, yes. It would be a good idea.
Okay. Any other comments? The other councilman kind of sit either, unhappy or content, but don't speak a word. Very well. Is that all?
That's all we can think of.
Yeah.
So.
Covered most of it.
Very well. In which case, this meeting is adjourned.
Ooh.
As soon as he says that, I just take a map, just gulp down a
Same, I'm finishing the wine.
You can see Councilman Romero kind of sneering as he leaves.
Give me a little wink.
And eventually the other councilmen leave,
Rescue bar.
leaving just you guys in there
Cool.
with Leandra and Morin. Morin's kind of taking a deep breath, and Leandra's kind of touching his shoulder. You did well.
Yes, welcome back to
It's
work.
only your first day back. Yes, I didn't miss it.
This is why I stayed out of the courtrooms. This is not my forte. Marie and Toby were way better at it than me.
Oh,
Woo!
you did.
I do. Thanks.
Might I ask, I thought it logical not to bring it up during the meeting, but you say that you gave some indication that your friend, what was your name again? Gesturing to Alistrine.
Oh dear.
Alistrine.
You mentioned that Alistrine might have connections with the Isles. Do I take it that you are from there?
Yes.
I'd just like to be informed.
Insight check him. I don't like this.
Go ahead.
Insight
Go ahead.
checking your booze.
Why
Go
is he being weird?
Okay, sure.
Oh, wow, you have great insight. What the fuck?
You don't trust
Okay.
bitches.
Yeah, she don't trust anyone.
Paranoia.
You,
Cheers from
they're
the
like
office.
almost like fucking Death Note. The world disappears, and it is you and Warren who are looking at each other, and it's like you're reading each other. There is like a battle of wit going on here as you're trying to read each other, and I need you to roll me a deception check.
Lip curls and eyebrow
Okay.
shifts.
Mm.
Alistrine, roll your triple digits. Come on.
Hey, you
That could have been very bad.
Too extreme.
Okay. You're kind of looking at each other. You get the impression that he's reading you as well. Maybe he suspects something, whatever it might be, or maybe he's just a little. The sudden information of being connected to the Isles might carry more weight than, say, someone who's like a tabaxi from the other side of the world. Even though that's more alien, there's less conflict with that, because no conflict has ever really existed, but there is history between those two people. You carry yourself with grace, Alistrine. Very hard to find that in the Isles.
I think if you look hard enough, you can find it.
In certain circles, yes. What circle are you from?
I am not from a circle.
Well, I think that's been enough for one day. Kind of glances back at you. I need to throw me another insight check.
Jesus Christ.
Oh wow.
Okay, nice. You look at him,
Oh,
and
wow.
you know this look very, very well. It's the way that his eyes slightly narrow. He is someone who suspects something, like he's maybe seen the telltale signs of a secret.
Aria, I'm gonna have to kill your father.
Don't. It's just
Which
gotten
one?
better. All right. That's enough. Go rest, father.
Yes. Are you joining us in the cottage?
I think I'll walk back. I need some fresh air.
Okay, very well. We'll see you back at home. He gets his walking stick from where it was leaning underneath the table and walks out. Leandra kind of holding him, holding his arm, almost like she's kind of giving him a little bit of support, but you can tell that he is a proud man and prefers to endure the pain. And soon they kind of walk out. You're in the council room alone. Do you wish to stay in here, or are you heading out as well?
Actually, just before Warren goes, I run up to him as he's getting into the carriage.
Oh. Decided to join us?
No, I just wanted to give you this. And I hand him back the letter and the Alora's Guild report that I took from his office, his secret office. I hand them back to him.
Oh.
You little shit.
You know I was going to get in there sooner or later.
It kind of gets the back of your head and kisses you on the forehead.
Yes, you know. Sooner or later, I'm surprised you didn't put a bigger, thicker lock on it, you know. Again, magic would have sealed it better, I'm just saying.
Yes. I know.
Mama probably informed you, but we have agreed, no more lies. So I figured I would give this back to you.
I appreciate it.
Of course.
He hands you back the note that he wrote. I don't know if you'll need this, but perhaps take it as a memento.
I am happy that you're aware, Father.
I feel relieved that you know what you do. It was only a matter of time anyway. I wish there was more that I could tell you. I tried, Arya. I want you to know that. I tried so hard. Perhaps you will have more luck than I. Whatever your father is now, I hope that he's safe, and I hope he's proud of you, as I am. See you at home, Arya.
Bye, Father.
Carriage door closes. Yeah! And it takes off towards the estate.
Taking a big breath of fresh air.
Character arc, ladies and gentlemen.
Go join Fera Carta.
Okay. So, back in the council room, Arya rejoins you after kind of running out briefly to catch her father. What do you wish to do?
Does anyone else want to drink?
I could take about 1,000 drinks right now. Politics, am I right?
Out of
No,
character, I think I'm getting a bit of a crush on Warren, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, it's, you know, us Raven with charming motherfuckers, except the look. Please don't on me.
He makes me nervous.
I get it. I get it.
When he walks in the room, my feathers just quiver.
Oh, no.
Who is this intimidating man?
Silver Fox.
He is. Not
Yes.
Silver Fox. So, how are y'all feeling?
Well, I think it's safe to say that your father doesn't like me.
Oh, I don't think he doesn't like you. Just, you know, he's wary of strangers, as anyone would be.
More specifically me, but...
This country has a history with the Draken Isles, old habits, you know. exactly the things we're trying to change. Whew.
I'm gonna leave the council room and start walking towards the pub that we're going to.
You're going to a pub, are you?
I think we need a drink. Yes, I think. May I suggest? Although I hope it is still standing and hasn't, I don't know, something happened to it. As much as my brother's tavern is lovely, may I suggest we go to my favorite tavern? It's in Drunk Town.
Wait,
Sure.
your brother's tavern isn't your favourite?
Right.
Don't tell him that. I love my brother and his
Meow.
tavern is great, but it's not my favorite. No.
Jesus Christ, he might actually punish you for that.
He might banish you. Yeah.
Well, it depends on what mood I'm in. But right now, I feel like we need a bit of an upbeat atmosphere. Come. And I will lead the party to the Jolly Moon.
Okay.
Jolly moon.
Yeah, the Jolly Moon.
What about the second moon? Is he not jolly?
Jolly Moon. Okay, let's get that map up.
Just saw that. Oh yeah, Jack.
Okay, so you head out from
Reapers.
the council house and begin your journey into Trunk Town, and passing through the district of Woods Tip. It is a very quiet atmosphere. There's usually at this time you'd hear people singing and drinking from not just taverns or bars, but outside their own homes. There's life in the streets almost all the time, but tonight there's ne'er a mouse to squeak. It is very, very quiet. Arriving through the gates into Trunk Town, where the buildings are much less structurally sound and much more kind of cramped together, it still has this air of I guess, yeah, somberness. And as you make your way through, you are directed away from the market where guards still are stationed, no one being allowed to actually enter into the main market itself. And in order to get to the Jolly Moon, you actually have to go through its back door, as the main door is like cordoned off in the market, because it looks out onto the marketplace. As you make your way inside, hold on, is that broken? It is. As you make your way inside, Aria, your experience with this place is it generally quite lively and loud, and
It's got a it's got a great atmosphere. She loves the people there. She loves the owner. Everything.
tonight is not like that.
Cool. Yeah.
It is. There are people in there, and they're there and they're drinking, but it's a much more quiet atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
For the rest of you walk in through the back door into this warm and humid interior, with these kind of swaying chandeliers. Ropes and nets dangle from the ceiling. Long bench tables made of purple wood on a dark oak floor. There, along the edges of the room, the floor is raised and cordoned off by banisters where other booths and seats are situated. It's tightly packed in terms of like the positioning of the tables. And you can imagine that on a rowdy night that this is one of those times you have to squeeze through and push past people. But tonight, it's fairly well service. There's quite a lot of people here, but they're not. They're drinking mostly in silence or talking under their breath to the people they're there with. You also kind of get this strong smell of wine. You can see this. At first, you think it's a child, and then you realise that this is something other than a child. It might be a halfling who is behind the bar with tan skin and speckled and slightly wrinkled kind of texture, with this mess of curly dark brown hair and bright blue eyes. As you kind of make your way in, he kind of looks up and kind of waves at you with this sort of slight smile of like, it's a greeting, but I mean, I don't really know if I should be happy or not, considering a whole bunch of people got murdered literally outside my door.
Yeah.
Would you like a drink?
Hello, Dimble.
Yes.
Hello.
How are you faring?
Well, as good as one can, honestly. It's not exactly the normal atmosphere, but I think that, well, what can I say? What am I beating around the bush for? It's shit.
Well, exactly why I felt like you could use some patronage tonight.
What can I get you?
Please, my companions first.
Are you looking for something strong? Something, a spirit or an ale or a whiskey?
Strongest ale you've got for me.
Okay. That would be... I'd have to give you... I think that I'd have to give you Old Man's Ale. That's... it's still a light ale, but it's got quite a... If you're talking about alcohol content, then you'll be drunk in no time.
I'll take that challenge.
I think we might all have one of those.
Well, hold on. Let me just. I actually have a list of drinks here, and kind of passes it onto the bar. It's like a piece of parchment nailed to a just a small wooden board, and on it says "Lily in a well." Lily in a well. Oh, I can actually just give it to you. These are the descriptions.
Ooh.
Oh, I know what.
And it comes with these
Milk.
descriptions on the side.
Milk.
There's a full glass of milk mixed with whiskey and brandy.
Yeah, that is actually a favorite of some of my patrons. It sounds absolutely disgusting, but well, it's a specialty of mine. People don't understand that alcohol with milk is actually very good.
I
Oh,
believe
God.
every word you say. I will have a hanged fool and an angel.
I'll
kiss,
take
please.
your word for it.
I cannot escape the feeling that this is somehow vengeance for my terrible accent on Friday.
I think it's the halflings are German. I'm pretty sure we met.
Yeah, they have like a
halfling
pseudo German.
I'm going to take an old man's ale and a demon's tongue.
I will.
An ale and a spirit. Ooh.
I will take 2 dragon milks, please.
2 dragon milks. Right. Well, the ales are 4 copper pieces each. The spirits are, let's say, we'll go for 6 copper.
So I'll just give him 1 silver then.
Ooh, thank you.
12 copper.
And to the rest of you?
Yes, I'll take a hanged fool and an angel kiss, please.
Okay, that is 10 copper or 1 silver.
I throw him down 2 gold.
Whoa!
Dimble for being one of my favorite people on this earth, and I hope the business picks up soon.
He kind of is looking down, the mess of hair kind of like dangling in front of his face, and then he looks back up at you, and like his eyes are much wider than they were before, with like tears underneath in that anime style. So cute.
You know I love you.
German sex.
Ooh. Oh. And what about your scary one? And he kind of points to Alistair.
Oh.
Gonna like looks at you with like a.
Oh, you see what I mean?
Nothing for me, please.
Okay. Anyone else?
I will take a bowl of water, please.
That is a bowl, not a glass or a flagon. A bowl of water.
A bowl.
I got my dragon milks, right?
Well, it's very uncommon to see a tabaxi and a rococo here.
I have to be.
What are you doing this far west?
It's
It
a
is
very
quite
long story.
Long story, yes.
It's almost as uncommon as seeing a halfling. But here we are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, here we are.
Well, ever since I've arrived in the Restless Coast, I have not seen a single other tabaxi. So
Oh, that's not nice. It's good to see unfamiliar faces, though. I'm very happy. Very indeed.
Tom can't really understand his tone. He didn't know if he was being like.
That's not news.
This just kind of gives him a weird look.
One thing to break Fera Carta, a German accent.
Yeah.
German.
Jesus.
Oh no.
Well, enjoy your dreams. And you see him step away from the bar, and his head boop, disappears, like he's gone. He look.
Come on, Bennett.
Well, I love you too.
God.
And you hear something like clatter behind the bar, and suddenly you see him come up. But this time he's like at your height, and you hear this as he kind of walks towards the edge of the bar, like he's coming round. There's a sound of like wood on wood, like almost like hooves hitting wood. And as he comes round, you see he's wearing stilts, walking over to one of the tables and picks up their glasses. Oh, yeah. Anything else? Anything else I can get you?
So much. It's canon. It's canon.
But that's not it, because as he walks across the room, he kind of whoa. You see one of the stilts kind of slips into like a hole in the ground, like just a tiny like splinter of the wood. Oh, Scheiße.
Or
And he continues on serving.
I never thought I'd see a German half with stilts.
Please bring him back.
I know. I love Dimble. I love him already.
That's the fan art we need. That
Yep.
right there.
That's not nice.
We just want people to animate this, really, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The entirety of it. Oh.
Oh, dearie
Anybody
fucking
watching?
dearie me.
Animate our dreams.
Please, I'm begging you, literally.
Don't let our dreams be dreams. I'm gonna just find a table, sit down, and chug me drinks.
Yep.
Okay.
Dragon
Yes,
milk in either hand. Just do the Gaiac waddle over to the
Hit them
table.
both at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, just take my bowl over to the table and conservatively drink my water.
Okay. Anything you wish to do in the tavern?
Does the tavern have like a garden? You know, like the way the kids can go out and play.
I'm gonna say it's it's not really a garden, but out back where you came in, there is some outdoor seating that's like got a small wooden fence that is around it, but the ground is dirt and concrete, and then there's like tufts of like, they're not really flowers, it's just weeds that are growing in the dirt. There's not a lot of room in Trunk Town for that sort of thing, and where that beer garden is, where that ends onto the main road, it's like maybe 10 foot to the next wall of the other building in that alleyway. It's not a lot of space, but there is an outside place you can sit.
Okay. Once I've finished my drinks, I'm going to try and catch Alistride's eye and kind of whisper to her, "Can I talk to you for a sec?" Cool. I'll take her outside.
Mrs. wants a word.
Out the back, where we came in.
She's gonna take it. She picks up the shotgun. Take her out back.
Yeah, and once we're out there, is there a way that we get onto the roof? Because you know me,
I think
I love rooftop.
two rogues with ridiculous dexterity can get up to the roof
Are you trying to be romantic, Aria? What are you doing?
I like rooftops, leave me alone. I haven't had much of a chance
All left the bar and never came back.
to speak much.
Ran away together.
Haven't had a chance to speak much today. How are you faring?
Why are you asking?
By the gods, Alistrine, am I not allowed to?
I'm fine. What's wrong?
Is it so weird that I'm asking you how you are?
Oh,
Why
people
did-
don't normally ask unless they think that something's wrong.
It's been a long day for all of us.
Fine.
Good. Good, because I don't know if I am. But you seemed a little, my father earlier. Is it okay?
Strange. Just the way he looked at me.
Yes, but he hasn't really been walking much for a long time. He's been bedbound. Probably a lot going through his head. Going through all of our heads. Just future is certain these days. I don't.
You still think we should stay here?
Stay here forever. I do understand. I will feel better, not safe, and the meeting with the Queen will ensure that.
Isn't it sure anything?
We are gambling. Gambling the lives of many, many people. To have on your shoulders, honey, that the fate goes to the hands of. What are we? Thieves? Thugs? Liars?
Do you ever wonder what the purpose of us doing this is?
As of recently, yes. My mind quite times.
You could so easily leave.
Oh yes. 30
These
something.
people are not mine or any of our responsibility to deal with their ignorance.
Yeah.
Why is it our responsibility to try and convince them? It's no skin off my back to let them die.
I want exactly like you do. You know, these people, especially after in purchased that manner, these people care for me. Why should I care for them? You know? I get it. Bigger than that now. But ever, you know, the elected is bigger than any of that, and that will spread beyond the restless coast. Thing about it, care that much? I don't know. It's called an illithid, by the way. Forget I said illithid.
No, did maybe.
Gold
Yeah,
Can you
man.
tell us?
No, I think Arilla did say it was an illithid.
Fair enough.
She?
Cool.
Oh.
I did.
That I think
Cool.
she said that it's referred to as an illithid.
Maybe she did. Oh yeah.
I feel like she might have done that. I can't say for certain, but I'm saying that she did now.
Cool. Fair enough.
It's canon.
So we know. We know it's
'Cause
called an
she
illithid.
would.
We know it's called an illithid. Go. I mean, it is going to disrupt any of our way of life. You know, whether that be just trying to get by, or whether that is a more. We have to stop it.
Why did you bring me up here to talk to you?
Well, I do genuinely just want to see if you were okay. And I just wanted to, you know, make something known to you. It has come to my attention quite recently. Fera Carta is my chosen family, and I think I can say that quite confidently now. I care about all of you, but it has to my attention that I perhaps care for you a little more than the others. Not in like a I don't care about them at all way, but you know, to say I don't really know why. You're not my usual type at all. That's not what I mean to say. Let me
Is that how
again.
you usually flirt with
No,
people?
I had a whole speech in my mind planned out, and it's already falling apart. Love is something that has always been a bit weird with me. I'm not saying that I am saying that I'm you, but I am only mortal, and I do desire it. And recently I have found myself being drawn to you. I get excited when I wake up in the morning for your life, when I don't see you, and it's just kind of building up, and I never thought I would feel this way ever again. Is it foolish for me to think this way?
You just see Alistrina's just gone this like bright red colour. She like has no idea what to do in this. She's just kind of like staring at Aria like.
Oh, okay. All right. We don't have to do anything about it this now. Don't have to do anything about it. I am just letting you know that I feel this way. If we act upon it, fantastic. If it remains a whisper in a moment in time, then so be it. All I ask, should anything happen, is that you are honest and do not take my heart as a toy.
Arya, I could never.
But please, we don't have to act upon it now. I just wanted, with every people dying left, right, and center, knows, I had to say something. So, now. Oh, look at the sky! It's so pretty. Oh, look.
Arya.
Yes.
Please. This is a joke, or something else. Please. Please tell me now. I would rather it be painful now.
Alistair, I tend to make a joke of many things in life. It's somewhat of a coping mechanism. But when it comes to romance, love, I do not joke. I mean it.
Can I insight check that?
It's up to you.
So much damage on this.
Oh my goodness. Roll an insight. I'm lost for fucking words. Roll. Okay. Roll.
What hit die do you have to roll when you hurt someone in the fields? Like,
Constitution.
Yeah, that'd be Constitution. Yeah.
Roll me a d20 and add the modifier that's appropriate, either persuasion or deception.
Which is the one you pick if you're being truthful?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Wait, what did I say? Persuasion is if you're being truthful. Deception is if you're being false. But just roll a d20 and then. Okay, all right.
So persuasion check, yeah.
Or deception. The idea is that you don't give away what it would be.
well, too late for that.
Sorry. Well, I mean, fair enough. Well, either way, yeah.
I guess you feel really confident in your abilities to read someone, but in this moment you've been taken completely by surprise. You are off guard. It's so hard to focus on the details that give away someone's whether someone's telling the truth or not. It's so difficult to know. But if she is lying to you, she's doing it fucking incredibly. The chances are she's telling the truth.
I'm gonna put a hand on her shoulder. Really, when it comes down to it, it doesn't matter if I trust you or not. Arya, to let you down slowly. Oh, I want you to know that it's nothing to do with how I feel. Please, if I could, I would choose you over anything else. Even if I wanted something to happen, it couldn't.
May I pry as to why?
It's a long and complicated story that I wouldn't want to involve you in. Not because I don't trust you, and not because I don't want to, but because if I can trust you and I can trust Fera Carta, then it is safer for everybody to just stay out of everything to do with what's been and done.
Well, I trust that you have your reasons. I've kind of learned to accept that Fera Carta all have their secrets, and we'll just have to accept that they will reveal them when they feel they are comfortable to do so. Thank you for being honest. Oh,
Can I ask?
yes.
I know you never said the word love or anything like that, but if you could be happy with me for a short time, would you live with that?
I told myself that I possibly could, but I think what I am feeling, it would ultimately do more damage to me than I am prepared to. But I want to say thank you for being honest with me. That's all I ask. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna kiss her on the forehead and then climb down from the building.
Okay. Make your way back down. Stomach churning. Find yourself at the bottom. You going back inside? Staying out?
Go back inside.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean.
Okay. Place your hand on the door handle. Open the door and walk back in. Aria, the silence of the city is strangely comforting, but so quiet that you can almost hear your heartbeat. It is a beautiful night. What do you wish to do?
Yeah, I'll stay on the roof until one of the group comes to get me, saying that we're heading out or anything. Just sit there alone with my thoughts.
Okay. Is there anything you wish to do during your evening here in the Jolly Moon? Okay. So you finish the rest of your drinks. Notice that Aria still hasn't returned, and Ashreen has kind of come back in. How well are you hiding?
Okay. Yeah, how well are you?
How well are you hiding it? Ashreen.
Huh?
How well are you hiding your kind of reaction to what's just happened?
I mean, if anybody wants to suss me out, I'll just roll a deception check.
Yeah, I'll try and I'll have a little look at her, considering she's walked in without Aria.
I'll have a little look at her.
No, considering she's walked in without Aria, like I'm gonna be a little bit sus.
Did you kill her?
Okay, roll a deception check, Ashreen.
Oh, you got better than me. Jesus.
Oh god, yeah, that was actually
I
a
rolled
fairly decent roll.
Oh,
Before you step back in, you kind of halt for a second. Compose yourself and walk back in, and no one would be none the wiser. But after some time, you notice that Aria hasn't come back yet.
Where is Aria?
Where Aria is yes.
She's on the roof.
Is she okay?
She will be.
What does that mean?
I haven't killed her, if that's what you're all thinking. She's fine.
Have you stabbed her?
I didn't do anything to her.
Okay. You have
Not with a knife, but
Damage.
I kind of give Alistrine a funny look, and I have half of one of my drinks left, and I just slide it across to her, and I'm gonna stand up and head out back.
okay. Head out the back, outside.
And did you say there's like some weeds and stuff growing in the ground?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
As I walk out, I kind of see all the weeds and decide that it needs a little bit of sprucing up, and I grow a few poppies in place of the weeds.
They kind of grow out the ground, like almost like they unfurl. The bud appears and grows, and then opens up into a flower.
Bring a little bit of colour. And then I proceed to fly up, hoping to see Arya on the roof. I don't know, maybe Alistrine shanked her to death, but no. I fly onto the roof.
You see Arya lying down on the roof, looking up. Stars.
I walk over and just lay down next to her. But like trying not to lay my wing on top of her. I have one wing sort of up here and one wing out that side, like an L.
Wow, that's just really rubbing salt in the room. Wound, not room.
In the womb?
In the room.
No, the wound.
Yeah, I heard womb as well. I heard womb.
Yeah, I was like, well, I've never heard that before.
Rubbing salt in the...
But yeah, I just lay down next to her, looking up at the stars and the moons. The sky really is beautiful here.
There it is.
Is everything okay?
Yeah. Everything is actually really good. For once. For now.
I mean, despite everything that has happened, I am feeling optimistic.
Same.
And I just lay there for a little bit longer. I don't want to push too hard on Arya. Yeah, I'm just gonna lay there with her for a little bit longer, just staring up at the stars, being quiet.
She scoots a bit closer and like rests her head on his shoulder. And same, I don't really say much, just kind of lay there with my bird bro.
Sometimes silence speaks volumes.
Okay. Eventually, you make your way down the rest of the group, and as the evening begins to, come, the sun completely off the horizon, night now, and well and truly here. Where do you wish to go for the night?
Ravenwood, I guess.
Okay. So you make your way back. Perhaps I'm not sure how the air would be between Arya and Alistrine, but
awkward.
Whatever it is,
I instant check the air.
you end up.
I mean,
Do a vibe.
Vibe check.
I'm not exactly.
Vibe check.
I'm not exactly speaking to her, but I'm I'm walking
Get the
normally.
silent treatment.
I guess I mean for just you two. But yeah, you head back to the perch through the night of the city, and you can see a lot more guards on patrol now that kind of give you a nod as you walk past, recognizing who you are. finding your way back to the Ravenwoods, is there anything else you'd like to do before you find your rest for the evening?
I'm gonna write my letter to my family, saying that I'm gonna.
Okay. Yeah, do you want to? If you write that up between sessions and send that to me, I'll make sure that gets sent across. Okay, so with the events of the day past, you find yourselves back in the beds that you spent a few nights in. Feels like you've been here for ages, but in reality, you've not been in Ravenwood for very long. And with that, we're going to end the session now.
Whoa.
But before we kind of close off the game, what I kind of envision is that there's about I believe there is now currently. Let me check. Before I say for certain, there is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, exactly that. It is 10 days until the armor would be finished. So, are your intentions to leave the Ravenwood before then, or are you waiting in Ravenwood during that time to basically get the armor? My reason for asking that is if you're going to stay here, then we'll do 10 days of downtime activity. So you can, in between sessions, you would then be able to kind of determine whether or not you, what kind of activity you would take on during those 10 days. For example, training the dog might be one. And then we come back at the beginning of next session. We'll go through the motions of what happens over those weeks with the roles and stuff, and then take we jump back into it 10 days later. Or if you decide there are things you want to do immediately, like tomorrow, or even a few days in, then you can we can basically just carry on as normal. So I'm basically saying there's an opportunity to have some downtime here if that is what you wish to do. So maybe you don't need to make the decision right now. It does need to be fairly soon because I need to prepare. So I'd say maybe have a little bit of a talk now, and then let's make a call by tomorrow evening, and then we'll go from there next week.
Awesome. Love it.
I can't believe we got through our first stream.
Yay!
I keep forgetting that it's live.
Do we have any viewers? Did we get?
I don't know. My phone's dead, so I'm not on the stream anymore.
I've been watching the number go up and down a little bit.
Thank you.
How many have we got right now?
Given the fact the only followers are us, that's not bad.
But we did have 4 at one point, I think.
But yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Hey, people are missing
So,
out. They're not watching us, dude. They're missing out.
Oh, I know. They need to watch. They need to watch me having to. That was so hard to watch.
What?
That was so hard. Just Aria giving speaking her heart out, and Alistair having to let her down. I was just like, and the thing is, I 100% was not expecting that to happen.
I had planned to do it last session, but a fucking demon dropped in the middle of everything.
Oh, is that what you were going to do?
It was hard to watch, and then it's like, what the fuck do you say?
But no, I actually love that she did that because romance ain't fucking. It ain't always like, oh my god, I love you too. It's not like that. That's not what it's like.
It isn't easy.
You didn't fan service. There was no fan service.
It's also really cool.
I'm not saying it wasn't good. I'm just saying it was just like, fuck.
It was just hard. It was just hard to watch Aria get her heart broken.
Aria's deflated. She ain't gonna let it show.
Live.
She is deflated.
I feel bad.
No, don't, please. Don't.
Back into the abyss.
I have to leave quite shortly because
I need to get some food in.
Yeah, but I'm in agreement. Downtime, I think.
Yeah,
You're in agree. What did you say?
Yeah, I'd
I'd be good with
appreciate some downtime because if we
Yeah,
go on the
yeah.
road, this dog is gonna die.
Yeah.
She wants to get some emotional attachment to it first.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's cool then. I didn't want to say that was a definite because I know I've kind of seen where your mind has been going over the past couple of sessions, and I've kind of deduced that you had quite a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a not a time constraint, but you had urgency. That's what I'm looking for. You had you felt that there was a lot of urgency going on. So I didn't want to say, oh, by the way, you're having this downtime, because you might go, but we wouldn't do that. So yeah, cool. I will.
No, exact accent.
I'll bear with that in mind. I'll double check tomorrow, but I will go with that in mind.
I already know what my downtime.
So.
I need
Next
to
week.
choose some downtime.
So there's examples of downtime activities in the Player's Handbook and Xanathar's. Xanathar's expands on it like greatly, but if there's anything specific or you have something in mind but it isn't really in there, feel free to talk to me. Usually it's like one big thing from those books that you could do throughout that week. Or you could like do something for a few days, etc. And always remember you can train skills as well, but it takes a long time to do that. But yes. Okay. Well, with that, see you next Sunday.
Yes.
Stay dirty, I guess, or whatever it is that we
Stay
say.
filthy.
Oh, filthy.